Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and a very warm welcome to the second annual Trends Dialogue on Artificial Intelligence themed around tech diplomacy in the MENA region. We'd like to present a short video that offers a quick overview of Trends research and advisory and the vision that drives our work.
In the heart of Abu Dhabi, the UAE capital, Trends Research and Advisory was founded in 2014 as an independent research institution. The objective was to provide a deep understanding and accurate analysis of global issues, ranging from politics to economics and geostrategy to technology. With its ambitious global vision, Trends analyzes opportunities and challenges associated with developments and phenomena of interest across political, economic, strategic, cultural, and technological dimensions. It publishes studies and research in various knowledge domains and offers high-level consultation services. Trends has achievements speak for themselves. Over 1,000 research papers published on its website across its 15 research programs, more than 1,000 articles and studies featured in external research, academic and media sources, nearly 40 original books in Arabic, English, and French, and over 100 translated books in 16 languages. Additionally, it has issued dozens of editions from various scientific series covering multiple interests. Trends has conducted more than 100 opinion polls and delivered over 80 consultation studies for its partners and stakeholders. Trends has emerged as a global platform for scientific and academic dialogue. It has organized and participated in hundreds of events, including conferences, seminars, panel discussions, lectures, and workshops across different continents, bringing together experts, thinkers, and officials from diverse cultures worldwide. The Center has signed over 300 partnership agreements with international and regional research, academic, and knowledge institutions to serve its research objectives. As part of its comprehensive vision, Trends Research and Advisory is dedicated to preparing a promising new generation of researchers. It has organized over 100 training courses for its partners worldwide. Coinciding with its 10th anniversary celebrations, Trends launched the Trends International Training Institute in August, serving as its training arm. At Trends, we believe that knowledge is power and that dialogue is the key to addressing global issues. Through our participation in dozens of international book fairs, we continue our mission to spread knowledge. With our physical and virtual offices extending from the Americas in the West to the far reaches of Asia in the East, passing through Europe and Africa, Trends has become a global platform for constructive academic and scientific dialogue. Trends Research and Advisory, a partner for a future built on knowledge, dialogue, and innovation.
Today, we gather to explore how technology is reshaping diplomacy, strategic alliances, and economic investments across the region. As we kick off this event, we would like to extend our deepest gratitude to our esteemed partners for supporting this event. It's a pleasure having you all here with us today. And we'd also like to give a special thank you to the CSIS experts who have traveled all the way from DC to be part of this important event. Building on recent landmark partnership announcements between the United States and the countries in the MENA region, this conference brings together leading voices who will examine the opportunities and challenges defining this new era of cooperation. Today's sessions will take us through the new frontiers of AI and advanced technologies, from evolving US-Gulf relations and navigating shifting geopolitics to strengthening digital infrastructure and the rise of innovation as a tool of global influence. And to set the stage for today's discussions, let's take a look at a short video that captures the theme of our conference.
The world is shifting. Power is no longer measured in armies or oil, but in algorithms, data, and innovation. Diplomacy is being rewritten, where technology becomes language and cooperation becomes codes. Artificial intelligence is reshaping how nations engage, how influence is built, and how trust is defined. In the MENA region, this transformation carries weight, bridging East and West, turning innovation into connection and progress into purpose. Because of this new era, technology is not just a tool, it's a voice, a force guiding dialogue, driving alliances, and shaping the future of global diplomacy.
To mark the official opening of our conference, it is my honor to introduce Dr. Mohammed Al-Ali, CEO of Trends Research and Advisory, for his welcoming remarks.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to Trends Research and Advisory. It gives me great pleasure to open the second annual dialogue on artificial intelligence, which gathers an exceptional group of leaders, decision makers, and regional and international experts to discuss the expanding role of technology in reshaping diplomacy, strategic alliances, and investment across the Middle East and North Africa. Last September, we convened the first annual dialogue on artificial intelligence in Tokyo, Japan, in partnership with the Research Center for Advanced Science and Technology, RCAST, at the University of Tokyo. That event brought together 34 experts, researchers, and academics from around 10 countries. Its outcomes underscored the urgency of developing a comprehensive global framework for AI governance, one that addresses ethical, legal, and social dimensions, and of enhancing international cooperation to establish shared standards, ensuring the responsible use of this transformative technology. Today, we meet amid new and pioneering U.S. partnerships with several countries in our region, partnerships that move beyond traditional cooperation frameworks to shape a new model of interaction between technology, politics, and economics. These are not merely diplomatic agreements or policy documents. They represent strategic instruments for re-engineering the regional order and generating new dynamics of power and influence grounded in artificial intelligence, digital infrastructure, and strategic investment in the future of knowledge. We are living in a time when the rules of the global game are being rewritten at unprecedented speed. Developments in AI, cybersecurity, and the digital economy are no longer just technical domains. They have become tools of soft power that redefine traditional balances of influence. This is precisely what gives our dialogue today its importance. It seeks to examine how nations can harness these tools to enhance their influence responsibly, without turning technological power into a source of regional or global instability. Throughout this conference, we will engage in in-depth discussions on the evolving U.S. Gulf relations, the role of technology in shaping soft power strategies, and investment in emerging sectors that form the backbone of tomorrow's smart economies. We will also explore the geopolitical implications of artificial intelligence, its potential effects on regional stability, cybersecurity, and digital sovereignty. In addition, our sessions will highlight the strategic value of investing in the digital future, how AI and digital infrastructure are redefining soft power by enabling new forms of diplomatic communication, cooperation, and cross-border engagement. We are here to address not only the opportunities these technologies create, but also the complex challenges they bring, from data protection and AI governance to their impact on future markets and employment. At Trends Research and Advisory, we believe that in-depth dialogue, rigorous analysis, and strategic collaboration are essential to understanding these transformations and directing them toward the region's long-term interests. Today's dialogue thus serves as a vital platform to exchange perspectives, analyze emerging policies, and envision future scenarios for sustainable and effective cooperation between our region and its international partners. In conclusion, I extend my deepest gratitude to all participants and speakers, especially our colleagues from the CSIS, representatives of leading technology companies, and our valued partners who made this event possible. Your active engagement today reflects a shared commitment to keeping pace with global transformations, investing in technology for development, and building a more stable and prosperous future for our region. I wish you all inspiring discussions, innovative ideas, and insightful exchanges throughout the day, conversations that will help shape the next phase of regional and international cooperation. Thank you.
It's not on. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Muhammad, for your inspiring words and for framing the vision that guides our discussions today. This video was AI generated. We are deeply honored to welcome His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Al-Kuwaiti, Head of Cybersecurity for the UAE government, to deliver the keynote address.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I wish I can create something similar to this nice AI, so I don't take the effort of actually addressing this great audience. Your Excellencies, our distinguished guests, again, you really made great change by coming here. We're honored to be, again, guests here with Trends, and I'm sure you all add great value to us all. We've heard the great topics that this dialogue will bring, and we've heard the great ambitions where UAE is moving, and with the great partnership, again, the great partnership with US, great partnership with the great partners, trusted minds in that perspective really will bring so many successful peace as well as prosperity to the whole region. And that's what we are actually sending the message on. UAE vision is moving towards an AI nation, and we cannot do this ourselves. We need everybody to help and really support in that perspective. With that, alhamdulillah, we're creating smart cities. We're creating, again, smart sectors. I'm sure you've heard the healthcare, you've heard the energy, you've heard in the education, as well as in so many sectors, how they are really focusing on their digital transformation and adopting AI. And with that, we are moving toward that smart nation. However, with these transformations, we will always face challenges. And I'm sure, speaking from a cybersecurity perspective, we've seen some of those challenges. And they are actually into our categorizations. We developed them into 3 categories: cyber crimes, cyber terrorism, and cyber warfare. Cyber crimes, I'm sure you've heard of what you just seen here, how easy it is to create deep fake, how easy it is to trick and build a social engineering against anybody in this. Phishing emails, scams, frauds, you name it. Everybody is trying to, again, perpetrate in that perspective and maybe motivate themselves with a monetary and really try to gain any of this stealing or loss in that perspective. We've heard as well on the cyber terrorism, and I'm sure you're following so many of the social media. Cyber terrorism, and I'm honored here as well to publish my book, Cyber Terrorism and Data Perspective with Trends, which shows the importance of really building a first line of defense from the society itself. Cyber terrorism sending the wrong message, sending the misinformation and disinformation across the society, radicalization messages, really trying to penetrate many of the unity that we have and the loyalty that we are actually all about, and the tolerance message that UAE is sending across so many of those. Cyber terrorism is trying to really hijack many of the themes, values that we are really working on and using AI in that perspective. And then there is the geopolitical aspects around us, cyber warfare. And as a matter of fact, I'm sure you've seen lately the use of cyber warfare across so many events happened, again, across us. There is the war that was between Iran and Israel. You saw so many missiles as well as drones here and there. There is as well the Pakistan as well as India conflict that everybody seen what happened in the social media, the escalations of the social media, and how using and abusing the deep fake in order to send the wrong message. And we've seen and been seeing the Ukraine as well as Russian attacks in that perspective. Our message here, message of tolerance, message of dialogue, message of actually leveraging that AI to really bring everybody together and build that resiliency. And that's what we are actually have sent in a perspective of our national cybersecurity strategy. Focuses on five pillars. And all of them, as a matter of fact, are a component of our cyber diplomacy, where we need that diplomacy. We need to build that dialogue. We need to partner and build up many of those partnerships across and with everybody. Those pillars, the first one is the governance. And I'm sure you've heard and seen the importance of governance, policies, procedures, legislations, laws that are needed to shape many of the things that we do as governments, as private sectors, or as mixtures between everybody in that perspective. Second mission, or the second basically pillar of our national cybersecurity strategy is the build of technology, sovereignty, build of technology, partnership, hybrid scalers, hybrid environments, as many of our partners here definitely focuses on building that and enabling and accelerating many of our digital transformations. Then comes the mission that we are really focused on, to protect and to defend. We need to protect those critical infrastructure. We need to protect those data. We need to protect everybody who uses those critical infrastructures. It is the essence of our life. And here we're referring to the critical infrastructure of energy sector, of healthcare sector, of aviation sectors we use in a daily basis, which really very important to protect them and the send of message of resiliency. The fourth pillar is innovation. UAE is well known about those great minds, inspirational thinkers, partners who are really working together in order to become that number one, that smart nation. And the last pillar is the partnership. We cannot do any of those four pillars and more except with this great partnership. And we've seen the power of partnership. We've seen that knowledge is power, definitely. How we create that knowledge is by really correlating many of these data. These data needs infrastructure. This infrastructure needs security and protections. And the most important thing is a human being. The centric of our all mission is the human being. We need to really spread the awareness of cybersecurity across the community, as we are in the year of community, and the next year is the year of family. All of these sends the message of people. We need to empower those people with this great dialogue. We need to bring everybody in that aspects with those technology. It's really not only from the investment, and I'm sure you've heard the great investment UAE is doing, but also from the diplomacy, from the great relationship that we build across private sectors, as well as public sectors and people. And that's why we called it the 4 Ps: public, private, as well as people partnership. We cannot do this ourselves. We need everybody to help us in shaping the future of UAE and the region as well. So thank you, Trends, for this. Thank you to the partners for being with us, and let's use this platform as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your visionary insights and for highlighting the UAE's leading role in advancing digital resilience and innovation. We now move to a fireside chat featuring Mr. Ziad Jamal, Managing Director of Google Cloud for the UAE, Levant and North Africa, in conversation with Ms. Elyazi Al-Hosani, Head of Media and Communication Department here at Trends Research and Advisory. And they will be discussing how AI is redefining both business strategy and international engagement. Hello.
Hello, hello. Assalamu alaikum. يعطيكم العافية.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. My name is Elyazi Al-Hosani, Deputy Head of the Media Sector here at Trends Research and Advisory. And to set the stage for today's conversation, it is my pleasure to begin with a fire chat session that brings us straight to the heart of the topic. I am honored today with Ziad Jamal, General Manager at Google Cloud here in the UAE, Levant, and North Africa. Hey, Ziad.
Hello, Eliasa, thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much for being here with us. I'm going to dive right into the conversation today. And the first question I have for you, Ziad, focuses more on tech diplomacy and regional transformation. So as the MENA region today is rapidly embracing many AI and digital innovations, how do you see technology reshaping the way nations are today collaborating, building trust, but also engaging diplomatically?
Excellent question. Let me start by first acknowledging, and I think everyone agrees with me, that technology is rewriting the operating manual or the operating system for international relationship across MENA, and shifting the center of gravity from traditional, I would say, hydrocarbon relationships and alliances to actual tech diplomacy. In today's world, nations' resilience and nations' influence is no longer measured by its traditional assets. It's measured by its digital infrastructure, it's measured by its AI talent pipeline, it's measured by its commitment to responsible AI governance. And if I look at each one of them, on the digital infrastructure, the public-private partnership has been a key importance in this area. And Google Cloud is committed to providing governments with the best-in-class digital infrastructure to power their digital and AI needs. And in UAE, for example, we're very proud with our strategic partnership with the Cybersecurity Council. This is a key initiative for us to support and help the UAE's key role as a leading global player in the cybersecurity, AI, innovation, and education. When I look at the AI talent, I'm sorry if there's a glitch in the mic. On the AI talents, it's imperative now, and it's very necessary that governments and nations cultivate the AI local workforce. And it's very important also for governments and nations to start moving from just merely using global AI services to actually be creators of its intellectual property, and ensuring that with these AI services that are created are tailored and customized to their local cultural and linguistic needs. And in the commitment to governance, I think this is very critical. If you establish the trust through fair, fast, clear commitment to governance, you give the social sort of license to companies to start innovating and creating at scale, and you give the citizens and residents the confidence to adopt. So I think these are the three main pillars I think that technology is now supporting.
We'll move on to the next question, which basically focuses more on Google's regional strategy and its impact and resonance. So Google has launched several major initiatives here in the region, from the AR Opportunity Initiative to expanding it more onto the cloud infrastructure. How do these projects fit into Google's long-term vision for supporting digital transformation, but also economic growth here in the MENA region?
Excellent. Let me split it into two sections. Let's talk about the initiative. I'll give you some recent stats from a research done by Public First. AI is planned to contribute to around 298 billion dirhams for the UAE economy by 2030 and around 727 billion for Saudi. But this study revealed something really interesting and exciting. While the majority of the businesses, 87%, agree that AI plays a pivotal role in advancing the AI economy, more than half the workforce, 52% in UAE and 57% of the workforce in UAE and in Saudi, believe that they're unable to utilize the full capabilities of the AI due to the deficit in skill set. And addressing this gap is the core of the AI Opportunity Initiative. So this is a long commitment to us. We understand and we believe that the population in MENA is the biggest asset, and we want to be responsible and have our share in supporting the reach of these digital skill sets. So since 2018, we've already trained more than 3 million people across MENA. And in October last year, 2024, we've launched the AI Opportunity Initiative, which further supports essential digital and AI trainings, funding some researchers, and providing access to helpful AI tools. And also, the AI Opportunity Initiative includes a $15 million contribution from Google.org that will also help making sure that all the opportunities that are created by AI is accessible for everyone. On the AI infrastructure that you mentioned, we are also very committed to providing digital infrastructure that is very much aligned with MENA's historic pivot to knowledge-based economies. Our cloud regions in Saudi, in Qatar, plans in Kuwait, they form the backbone of this digital high compute, high performance, secure infrastructure to power governments and businesses. And in UAE, we've already seen the impact. In 2024 only, using Google AI services in UAE has contributed to $5.9 billion to the economy, which is around 1% of the GDP.
With all these digital transformations, this brings me to my next question that talks and touch bases more on policy, regulation, and responsible innovation. As governments in the region here in MENA establish more on AI and data policies, what principles or frameworks do you believe are essential to ensure innovation thrives while maintaining that sense of trust and security, but also ethical standards?
We look at regulation and innovation as partners.
Okay.
When I joined Google, by the way, I learned something that was really exciting, and I find it very much similar to this discussion between innovation and regulation. Like, when I joined, one of the, I would say, very senior security specialists asked me a question, and I will ask this question to you. Said, in a car, what is the role of a brake? What would your answer be? Stop. My answer was exactly the same, stop. Google's perspective on security and regulation is probably the opposite. Brakes allows us to accelerate more, not actually to stop. Because when you have a strong foundation and you have a very solid braking system, you can actually go faster. Because you know you have a very solid brakes, and when you use those brakes, your car is going to stop and you're going to be safe. So similarly, when regulation builds trust, and it's very essential for adopting technologies, not only AI, any new technologies, it's very important that regulation. And creating the innovation-friendly culture is also very important. And I would potentially see it in 3 ways. One is clarity, have very clear policies, very fast, moving away from slow, potentially lawmaking to adapt to the fast-moving industry, and make it in consultation with different industries. And then there's the risk-based approach. We focus a lot on the technology, but I think we should focus about the use cases of the technologies. And that will automatically and organically help us put guardrails on high-risk use cases, for example, healthcare. But if I look at low-risk use cases, for example, building an AI-native spam email filter, right? That's a low risk. So it's a use case more than the technology itself. And openness, by promoting open standards, enabling cross-border data flows responsibly, and to invest in open source communities. These all contribute. And what we see is working in different markets and globally is having this policy sandboxing. When you have different segments, governments, public sector, private sector, startups, innovating in a very safe, controlled environment, gives the regulator access to real-time insights so that they can learn from it.
So Ziad, to end today's fire chat session, I'm going to ask you one last question that basically focuses more on the future of AI and localization. With the growing focus on local language models and cultural relevance when it comes to AI, how is Google working to make advanced technologies more accessible and inclusive to Arabic-speaking users and local businesses here in the MENA?
Of course, the role of AI and LLMs is not only by translating. To create meaningful and powerful and impactful AI, it needs to be localized and it needs to understand the cultural nuances. In 2023, we released our most advanced AI, Gemini, in Arabic with 16 different Arabic dialects. And we've also launched AI overviews in Arabic for search, so that people can get very helpful summaries for all their queries. And we're seeing extremely great feedback. More than 70% of our users are saying it's easier to interact with Gemini in Arabic. And we're able to keep this Arabic language part of our global discussions through our deep partnership and integration with world-class research, including our collaboration with MBZ, UAI, and other research institutions who are really doing breakthroughs and significant advances in building AI-native large language models.
Thank you, Ziad. I think you really did successfully kick off today's conversation. So before we move on to the next event, I'd like to welcome Dr. Mohammed Abdallah Ali, CEO of Trends Research and Honor, for a group photo and to honor you, Ziad.
So much.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me. And I want to also thank His Excellency Dr. Kuwaiti for the trust also that he put with Google Cloud. And we look forward to continuing the work and looking forward to seeing you soon again.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ziad and Liazia, for that inspiring exchange. Ladies and gentlemen, before our short 15-minute break, please join me in welcoming Dr. Mohammed Al-Ali, CEO of Trends Research and Advisory, and Dr. Tayyib Kamali, Chairman of the Board of Trustees at the Abu Dhabi School of Management, for the signing of a memorandum of understanding that highlights our joint drive to connect research and education to the latest frontiers in technology. We will now take a short 15-minute break before reconvening for panel 1. Thank you all. Welcome back, everyone. Our first session explores the evolving priorities driving U.S. Gulf relations, from technological innovation to strategic cooperation and deepening investment ties. Please join me in welcoming our distinguished panelists, Bilal Saab, Senior Managing Director at Trends US, Munaya Qoban, Director, Middle East Program, CSIS, Talal Al-Qaisi, Group Chief Global Affairs Officer, G42, and last but not least, Alexis Bonnell, Head of AI Adoption and Deployment and US National Labs Partnership, OpenAI for Government. Thank you.
So much, everybody, for joining me here today. When we talk about the US Gulf partnerships, we're talking about one of the most fascinating evolutions in global relations. A story from oil fields to innovation. Cast your mind back perhaps to 2017 when Trump made Riyadh his first stop overseas. The world watched the images, glowing orbs, grand receptions, I'm sure everyone remembers. But beyond that, the visit marked a shift. The relationship was pivoting from security guarantees and energy dependency to a shared mutual investment in the future. Thank you so much for joining me. I'm going to start with Talal, as I know you're a busy man and you're going to have to fly away very soon. The Gulf is investing, and in particular the UAE. They're positioning themselves as partners, not just as adopters of this innovation. Do you want to expand on that?
Sure, and thank you very much for having me, and to the organizers. I think this is a very timely event, and the thematic is something that I'm obviously very much involved in as part of a company that is trying to really, as the UAE always does, punch above its weight when it comes to creating the digital infrastructure in this case, and help amplifying what humans can achieve with the power of technology. So I think we live at a very pivotal moment, and you mentioned, going from hydrocarbons and seeing this natural progression in the evolution of our diversification strategy manifest into what we're witnessing today with the manufacturing and exporting of intelligence. These factories that we're building are somewhat analogous to the hydrocarbon-based manufacturing, and then petrochemicals on the downstream end, taking power generation, taking oil, and then refining it into a very much more useful product. In our case right now, these GPUs are analogous to the refineries, and they are actually manufacturing intelligence. I think we sometimes take that for granted, or we get desensitized to the magic that's happening when we have companies like OpenAI creating these models and exporting these tokens and allowing us to reconstitute that into knowledge and the creation of potentially new knowledge in these areas. And these breakthroughs are going to be plentiful, and they are going to touch on every facet of technology. That's why, rather than just look at GPT as the generative pre-trained transformer, you look at it as it's always been considered a general purpose technology. And we've seen general purpose technologies before infuse every facet of life. Steam engine, electricity. And the analogy with electricity is an important one, and that's where G42 is really focused. Electricity needed a grid. Electricity needed power generation, it needed substations, it needed transmission lines. Similarly, in intelligence, we do need an intelligence grid, and intelligence needs to be accessible the same way electricity is. And even though, I remember Brad Smith, who's on our board from Microsoft, always says electricity powered Lower Manhattan 14 decades ago. Until today, there are 770 million people without access to electricity. We cannot afford that type of digital divide in the intelligence space. And so one of the big focus areas for G42 is to ensure providing equitable access to intelligence globally. And that's the reason we coined the concept of an intelligence grid, to build it in a very similar way to energy, where you have data centers in lieu of substations and connectivity in lieu of transmission lines, and the ability to manufacture that intelligence and not just domestically consume it here in the UAE, but make it exportable. And so that's really the way we look at it, and that's the underpinning, the digital infrastructure that underpins the enablement of AI native societies, which is what we've done here in Abu Dhabi and what we intend to do in other countries around the world.
Very exciting, and a lot to pick up on there. I'm going to come to you now, Alexis, about AI. It is at the forefront. How is AI transforming this relationship between the US and the Gulf?
So I think the important thing to focus on is, in fact, that it is the relationship, right? It is actually about people. One of the observations that I had, even from a previous capacity, was that in technology, the way that we had previously interacted with technology in the world was really to have to adapt to it. Right? And we thought about this often as an enterprise execution, right? And you can think, how do we use Tableau? How do we use Adobe? But really, it was the human bending to the constraints of the machine and the technology. What I think is so exciting now and exciting for the partnership is really for the first time this technology exists at an intimate level. And what that really means that I focus on is human-machine teaming. And I think it's actually really important to understand what it is to unlock the potential of your people, right? Of your society, of your children. I was sharing that I became a grandmother a week ago. And so recognizing the fact that I now have a child in my life that will always be AI native. And what does that look like? And so I think as we think about moving forward, the machine matters, right? The technology is incredible. And as was said, we have to have the compute. We have to have the energy. But what I love about what you said is why. Why we need to have it is to unlock a relationship with knowledge at speed and scale. And one of the things that I like best when I see people start to really lean into using the technology is that it isn't, and I don't know if anyone here is a bit of a nerd or a sci-fi person like me, but the way I think about previous technologies is it was kind of like a stormtrooper suit, right? Everyone kind of got the same thing. And I think about AI a little bit more like an Avenger or a superhero suit, right? Some people will go fast, some people will go far. And what's important for us to ask is, who are we going to be in light of this technology? Who are we going to be as a nation? Who are we going to be in national security? But more importantly, every day, my grandson will have the opportunity to decide, for example, if he wants to be lazy, AI can help make him super lazy, right? If he wants to be creative, he'll be able to be creative. But I think the human part of the human-machine team really matters. And I think what's going to make the difference in nations and why the UAE is so stunning in the way they've leaned into it is that recognition that every single person will have a chance to unlock their intelligence, to unlock the potential. And the question is really, what are they going to do with it?
It's a very exciting time. Picking up on what you said on this creativity that we're all going to be able to enjoy, I want to come more to the basics, the strategic policies now. How is this going to have an impact on that? MENA, would you like to?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. And thanks to Trends for having me. I mean, I'm already fascinated by the exchange that we're hearing. I might start by just pulling us up maybe 100,000 feet for a moment and just take a step and think about this moment that we find ourselves in the region, where I think we're watching the emergence of a new order. Talal, I think your comments and the kind of the parallels between the hydrocarbon industry, but then this next iteration, this generation of economic growth and development and the role of technology, I think that's part of a much bigger trend that we're seeing in the region, where this emerging order, the Gulf as the new center of gravity, and we see far greater agency exerted by regional actors, by the Gulf. And I think this notion of the development of AI here is emblematic of that. There is, as part of this emerging order, I think, a recognized need to diversify economies. And we're seeing how AI is front and center. And frankly, we are in the center of the center here in the UAE. So thinking about that, this sort of new context, and then also this moment of disruption in the United States, where I think, you referenced initially President Trump's 2017 trip. Let's fast forward to May of this year, where again, the first region visited is the Gulf. And now I think we're beginning to see the outlines of a recalibration of the US's approach to the Middle East. It's at least certainly with the current administration, it is very much focused on economic deals, on the role of technology. It is more transactional. I think there is a recognition by this administration of we're entering a new era. And I think you're also seeing, as a result, the United States, or certainly this administration, shifting its international AI policy. And so we just saw announced last week this deal of NVIDIA chips now being exported here. Huge change, and we can talk in a little bit about what that means. But I sort of view this as this incredible moment of the United States and the Gulf, the UAE even specifically, having a convergence as we watch and participate in the birth, frankly, maybe, of a new era as characterized by AI.
Being in the center of the center, as we are here in the UAE, it brings up another thing, which is security. Bilal, security is still shaping this moment. Would you agree?
How about I yield to Bilal in case he has to leave? Come back to me, since he has a very short period of time. I really want to take advantage of his time as much as possible. Does that work? Or
We can.
We just pass that question to you.
Okay, yeah, let's pass that question to you.
Yeah.
No, I'll address the security one, but if you want to shoot another one to him.
Yeah. Okay, that's absolutely fine. Can you touch on that?
Let me, because No, but so I'll address security in the context of AI, but let me maybe start by picking up on some of the other things that were mentioned here. So we live in an absolutely most interesting of times that have ever faced humanity's existence. You have to take a step back and understand what this new form of intelligence, that it's not constrained by a biologic substrate, that is adhering to the scaling laws in terms of the more power and energy you apply, the more intelligence and IQ you get out. And think for a minute about what that means in terms of the future of moving the needle on things like cancer research or space exploration and the like. So it's an incredible time. But that also means that this technology is consequential, and I think this would segue into the security component. And that means that, like every other consequential technology, and we have experience here in the UAE of deploying consequential technologies, not just military technologies where the end use is very particular, but nuclear technology, peaceful nuclear energy, that the leadership in the UAE had the foresight in 2008-9 to conceive of and go through a 1-2-3 agreement process that became a gold standard of commitments to non-proliferation and security controls that protect that consequential technology. And that foresight came at a time where AI wasn't even in the line of sight and where hydrocarbons were plentiful. But the mindset of diversification, not just of the economy away from hydrocarbons, but the energy basket, positioned us in a way that created the moat we have today that capitalizes on the comparative and competitive advantages that the UAE has always capitalized on. And this moat is what I think ensures that companies and big hyperscalers or model developers are gravitating towards the UAE. Because I can tell you, based on the deployments that we've had in the US and Europe right now, energy is the single most critical ingredient that is the most difficult to find, especially near brownfield facilities that can be off-taken quickly. And so that's where a campus like the one that was announced during President Trump's visit of 5 gigawatts of capacity that this country has dedicated towards AI in a 10 square mile radius vicinity is very unique and creates a center of gravity. But that needs to be protected, similar to what we did in nuclear. And we've created a concept of a regulated technology environment to protect these technologies from the risks that the US government perceive as the most important, risk of diversion and the risk of access controls in particular, and KYC as well in terms of how to access these systems. And that's very, very difficult to do on both a physical and logical security basis. But I think we're very well positioned and we're ahead since we've already deployed AI infrastructure that's regulated over the past 2 years. So it's not a new paradigm in the UAE, and the security and control situation is not something that is foreign to us. It is something that's central to the design and implementation of these types of deployments.
Yeah. Great. That very nicely complements what I was going to say. First of all, Ines, thank you so much for moderating. I really appreciate it. Mona, what an honor to be with you. And Alexis, thank you for flying from the United States. Talal, my old friend from DC, we lost you in DC, but I know that you're doing great things in here. I hear these conversations. I read the news about the depth, the richness of the interactions between Americans and people in the Gulf in the fields of emerging technologies. And frankly, the immediate reaction is I get jealous. I get jealous because in my field, I don't see that depth. I don't see that richness. I don't see the co-development. I don't see the partnership. I don't see the daily interactions. And obviously my field is defense and security. It doesn't mean that it hasn't evolved. Certainly it has, and for the better in some sense, but it's not where I want it to be. Obviously, you could blame me as being ambitious, and I have a very high bar, but why not? If you are making all these strides in emerging technology and in AI, frankly, a lot of issues that are quite sovereign, right? It's not just commercial. This is pretty significant stuff, strategically significant. Then why not make the same strides in defense and security? I mean, this relationship between the United States and the Gulf states, which is now what, like 75 years old? They had such a head start in developing all these things, except that only for the past few years, you've seen such an acceleration of and maturation in the relationship when it comes to technology that for 75 years we never saw in defense and security. And so you wonder, why is that the case? Why can't we do so much better on issues that are so fundamental to the relationship, where it all started, by the way? You know, we protect you, and you help us out with the international economy when it comes to oil prices and so on and so forth. Now, of course, oil has been replaced with AI, but the fundamental question of protection that Talal was talking about is still there. You know, back in the day, we used to talk about how do you protect critical infrastructure with oil facilities and desalination plants and so on and so forth. That question remains to this very day, obviously. But now, you got to protect data centers, digital infrastructure, AI infrastructure. So you're adding to that list. So as much as emerging technologies and AI and all that sort of stuff has become sort of the driver of the relationship, look, I'm here to tell you the bad news. The anchor remains security and defense. Because without security, none of this is possible. I don't need to remind you of what happened in September 2019. The world was in shock when Aramco was hit. Imagine a similar scenario in a facility that is related to AI. Any cooling center, any data center, anything that's related to the architecture. So the bottom line, as much as we try to ignore that conversation, or as we try to hide it, or try to sort of put it under the rug, the bottom line of that relationship remains anchored in defense and security. And I'm comforted by the fact that it has evolved, but to the point where I want it to be, absolutely not. I want it to be precisely as mature and as developed as it is in the fields that these wonderful people are talking about. And we can talk about those ingredients later on, which obviously this is my bread and butter. This is what I do 24/7.
Thank you so much. So if we think about this cross-border connection now, I'm going to come back to you, Talal, to talk about the gold standard that you've created this framework now, which helps to overcome maybe those barriers that we had originally in trust. Do you want to speak on that?
Sure. So look, I think when you talk about the gold standard, we look at things like the 123 agreement in nuclear. That was dubbed the gold standard by the US government. And I think in the case of securing regulated technologies, what we've been able to do in designing a multi-layered approach, both on the physical and logical security, and to protect the data centers, not just from access physically, but also logically, is a gold standard. And so for us, it's more about how does that then set us up in a position to where we could become a force multiplier to the US companies that we are hosting in these facilities, to then amplify their ability to inference, in particular, a lot of the workloads that are extremely heavy, especially since that is going to become, we've seen the tipping point. We're going to see some bigger models come out, and training clusters are very, very commonplace in the US right now, but they have to get much bigger and bigger to go from that incremental GPT-4 to GPT-5 or GPT-5 to GPT-6, and with all the other model developers as well. But inferencing is taking on a whole new characteristic where you can do post-training, which means you're applying more compute to the model after training, and allowing it to think, and it creates this internal monologue and allows it to come up with a better quality output the longer and the more compute you're able to provide it. that, along with robotics, along with agentic AI and the different workflows that kind of help with the productivity element, are going to be extremely inference intensive. So in the UAE, through this type of a facility, while it's protected, you'll be able to then export a lot more of these tokens. So 1 gigawatt of energy is going to produce quadrillions of tokens and per day. And so you'll be able to then export that to a radius of around 3,200 kilometers, sub 60 milliseconds in terms of latency, which means that you get the user experience that's of very high quality. And that then positions us to serve really half the world's population within that radius from the UAE. And that amplifies the US companies' abilities to do that in partnership with us.
Really are the center of the center. Alexis, I'm going to come to you. So regulation and innovation are often seen as opposites in so many industries. How can governments now craft a smart policy that protects the citizens as well as not slowing down progress?
You're hitting my spicy topic, because, and I'm going to blend a few things together. I think, ironically, one of the things I'm most excited about is how AI can contribute to regulation and policy and play a role there in speeding, in speeding things up. I think it's interesting for me, prior to being at OpenAI, I was the Chief Information Officer for the Air Force Research Laboratories, which serves Air Force and Space Force as far as future technology. And before that, I had been at Google. And someone asked me once, what was the difference between being at Google and being at the Air Force Research Lab? And I said, Google understands that time is the ultimate weapons platform, and DoD doesn't. And so when we think about this future state, we really have to confront the fact that three things fundamentally changed in the last 5 years. The first is that the change horizon shrank from a 5 to 15-year average down to a 5-month or less. And so what that means is that we are all now in the business of managing change. The second thing that meant at a human level was that each of us are making 5 times more decisions than we made only 5 years ago. The most important thing is we are adapting to that change. We are, making more decisions with more information than has ever existed in human history. And when you put AI in that frame, it starts to make sense. As humans, we create technologies when we face stress, right? Physical, psychological, challenges. And I think AI is very much in that moment, right? As humans, we do not have the processing speed to have a relationship with knowledge in that way. I think if you take it back to regulation, and if you take it back to really what national security looks like in a lot of levels, and this is Alexis's opinion, is it's really asking and answering what if faster than others can. And if you think about the dependency on human curiosity, right, on the need to be able to leverage those tools, I think, as I was previously an authorizing official, which means carries a lot of weight, a lot of liability, but in essence, it means you are the last stamp in the US before a technology gets used. And I will tell you, there was no incentive in the world to approve anything, right? Because there's only downside. And so I think to your point on policy and regulation, we have to, in the same way we adjust all of the practical, physical, amazing elements of the technology, we have to be willing as a culture, as an organization, as a human, to recognize the adaptation that is required of us and to change the systems. The last thing I'll say, and I don't know if you've seen this, Talal, but have you ever seen the World War II sabotage manual?
No, I haven't.
Okay, this is the best book ever. I will get you one. It is only 50 pages long, but the reason I highlight it is because in World War II, the US created this little manual to help the French resistance, Belgian resistance, and others kind of fight the German war machine. And if you read that manual in the kind of organization and management practice, it says things. Now, keep in mind, this is how we told the world to sabotage an enemy. Refer everything to committee. Make sure the committee has at least 5 members. Haggle over precise wording. And if you read it, it is an irony for us now, right? Because there's so much about our policy, about our bureaucracy that is literally in a sabotage manual. And I think when you can actually put that in front, when you can look at it, it gives you this tool to say, like, the way we're approaching this is sabotage. What would it look like, right, to approach it in the idea of potential, to approach it as maybe the next level of human operating system, right, or optimization system. So I think it's amazing. I will get you one. You will love it. I can tell already.
MENA, have you found your research chimes in with what Alexis is describing?
Well, I'm actually listening to both, and I'm sort of thinking about how this new era that we are entering into, I think, is redefining how the U.S. partners with the Gulf, with the UAE. I think arguably in the old world of hydrocarbons, it was almost literally extractive. And it was kind of unequal and top-down. When, Talal, you talk about the UAE and these data centers being a force multiplier for US companies, I think that highlights a very different way of working. It highlights a focus on collaboration. It highlights kind of, again, to my mind, this new era that we're in, which is marked by enhanced agency and power here in the region. And it is on the US to sort of also navigate. And I think, Bilal, your points about defense and security are well taken. I have more sobering comments I want to make maybe in the next round. But I do want to say, as I'm listening to this conversation, to me, it's really exciting to think of US engagement in the Middle East as being defined by creativity, innovation, exploration, collaboration. It is a sea change from how we have engaged. I'm speaking as an American in the region, in a region in which in the United States, the Middle East is often associated with conflict, with suffering, with all kinds of challenges and problems. Those challenges and problems are there, but I think the extent to which we begin to think of the region as a place where there is creative problem solving that's being done and where AI is playing a key role in that. To me, that is enormously exciting to think about.
I'm excited to come to you now, Talal. Can you just outline what you see this vision to be over the next decade?
Yes, I'll do that by also reacting to what
Yes.
Mona just said, because it really does resonate. And I've seen this from multiple different vantage points throughout my previous life at the UAE Embassy, 9 years in Washington, D.C., then at the Space Agency, where we were able to demonstrate again that we had not just the vision, but the execution prowess to send a probe to Mars and have it ready in 6 years to launch and reach the Martian orbit by 2021, our 50th year anniversary. So that's no different in the ethos we've approached the AI realm in. And AI didn't just start 3 years ago when ChatGPT first came out, or 4 now. It started way before that. Not even when the Minister of AI was announced in 2017, like Sam said before, AI was cool. But even way before that, when we started investing in companies like AMD and then acquired Global Foundries, and Mubadala had that stake and still does till this day have that exposure. So we've thought through not just AI, but technology more broadly for a very long time. And when we look at where we are today and what we can accomplish here in the UAE, as I mentioned at the beginning, we can't afford there to be a digital divide the same way there was this energy divide that caused what we see today in the global south. And prosperity is a function of having access to energy, and access to energy is missed by 770 million people. If you add the internet to that, it goes up to around 2.9 or so billion people. And if you add the non-digital native, digitally skilled individuals that there are globally, you get to 3.9 billion, half the world's population that can't even benefit from AI if we don't close those gaps. So it's not just about what we do in the UAE that's important. We have a responsibility as a country and companies in this country that are going to be trying to punch above our weight to extend that to other countries. And it's easier said than done, because each gigawatt of capacity that's required, AI data centers, is anywhere between $30 and $50 billion. And we're talking about 5 gigawatts over here, but what's needed globally to be able to serve AI in an equitable fashion for equal accessibility is over 100, sometimes in some estimates, 500 gigawatts of energy. And globally, in terms of AI data center capacity, there's only roughly around 60 or 70 gigawatts today. So to close that gap, it's trillions of dollars. No one company, one country, or one individual in the world can do this on their own. And that's where really the partnerships come in, and what the UAE can bring to the table, to your point, Mona. More so than just being a transactional partner or looking for a security guarantee here or there. It's really amplifying the mutual effort and benefit of extending into this new paradigm that we call the technology age.
As such, a technology age is literally, we're on the forefront right now, but there's still lots and lots of challenges to overcome. Alexis, you've spoken before about how it's good to have this technology, but it's more difficult sometimes to get people to actually adopt it.
Yeah, I think one of the most interesting things about what I get to do is watch humans, in essence, expand their potential, but more importantly, go on this journey with technology. And I'll give you an insight that came from my research prior to joining OpenAI. As I was taking a lot of different cultures, different groups through learning AI, I saw two interesting behaviors. So the first was that oftentimes the more someone's identity or ego or their sense of value in themselves is tied to knowledge, and especially certifications, degrees, PhDs, actually the more likely they are to want the machine to fail. Right? Because it's actually a way of manifesting that, like, I'm still valuable. And so with that type of group, you actually have to take them through and say you are valuable. You're actually able to exercise your expertise and your experience. And that the fact that Talal and I and Bilal and Mona, we will all query in completely different ways because we are completely different people. That is not a bug, that's a feature. Now, on the flip side, I was shocked by who was naturally good. The best natural queriers in the sense of starting with maybe a very basic kind of Google it type search, all the way up to being really high curation, very specific, high context, really effective querying. Does anyone want to guess? Who is the group? There's some in this room right now. Who is the group that is the best?
I know because you told me backstage.
Any thoughts? Mothers, and this is really important to reset our thinking, right? Because we often think that in terms of technology, it's got to be a coder or an engineer. Like, that's who's going to be best at it. And I'm here to tell you, moms, it's us, and this is why. Number one, as a mom, you might be used to saying, like, let me ask that question in a different way. You may also be used to knowing that you're not getting the full story, right? But the most important thing is, as like Talal actually mentioned, is the mindset. Meaning that moms, as I watch them kind of use AI, they would ask a question, and if they didn't get the perfect answer, instead of saying, oh, this machine is stupid, it's not useful, they would say, I'm sorry, what I was trying to do was this, right? And what they would do is take themselves on this iterative journey where they were learning and becoming quite effective at querying, and at the same time, the AI was learning them, right? Was understanding and adapting to them. And so I really challenge us to think and to put aside assumptions about who is going to be good at AI, right? Who is going to be great at it, and really understand that there are these unique skills that are quite human that actually are going to become a critical part. In fact, this was so impressive to me that I did start to go to the Department of Defense and say that I felt like we should be training military spouses to be prompt engineers, right? And I still feel that way.
That's great. Thinking about security again, going back to Lal, security and technology, should they now be treated as one ecosystem if we're bringing in all these different minds into one space?
Oh, no question. No question. It always has been, frankly, but now it's just becoming clearer and clearer that the differences between the two are absolutely blurred. Mona used the term top-down to describe the old model of cooperation between the two sides. I mean, sadly, this is precisely what applies to my world. And boy, do I want to once again graduate to what they just have been describing. I feel like every time I pick up the mic, folks in the audience are going to notice the contrast between my negativity and their positivity.
I'm going to get negative in a minute, so don't worry.
I'm like a Debbie Downer here. But look, it's important still to come up with an honest diagnosis of where we are in defense and security so that we can actually move forward. Why am I interested in the word top-down? Because, look, if you asked me several years ago, would I ever see countries like Bahrain and Kuwait being given privileges of a major non-NATO ally status? Or the UAE being a major defense partner? Only India in the entire world is a major defense partner of the United States. Or the Qataris just very recently receiving defense guarantees from the Trump administration. By the way, never in the history of U.S. Gulf relations. And probably sometime next week, you're going to get the same exact thing with the Saudis. So a lot of stuff is happening at the high level, at the strategic level, top down. Now, what I want to do and what I can bring to the table, the boring guy, is bottom up, right? I'm a champion of process. I'm a champion of all those things that they just described that is happening on a daily basis, that is building that connective tissue that is so instrumental to the relationship. To me, it's still drastically lacking in defense and security. I want to fill the gap that exists between the top and the bottom in defense and security. Those institutions, those consultative mechanisms, those things that go way beyond training and equipment, right? So it's incredibly important that we're seeing those enhancements, advancements at the top level, because they give you the green light, the license from leadership to execute, to enable those changes that are so necessary to the relationship. But this is not where it stops. Matter of fact, this is where it starts, right? You get the nod from the leadership. Now it trickles down to the bureaucracies, to everybody who's involved in implementing what they just agreed on at the high level, and they just signed in a document. So I'm that process guy, right? And I want to see the exact same advancements, improvements on the commercial side of things, on the tech side of things, but in my world of defense and security, as difficult as they are and as slower as they are, but there's no reason why we shouldn't be having the same improvements in my field as it is as theirs, because frankly, they're both now, as you very well said yourself in us, they're strategically linked. There's no way you could separate the two.
There's definitely a lagging behind, I feel, in your world. Mona, would you want to add something about, is there need for this bottom-up shift?
Yes, I think there is. I think if I could, I'd like to actually, because I think I've been unduly cheery and optimistic, which is not usually my way, and I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't kind of highlight some of the challenges. And I think in Washington, it is distilled into a question I've heard many times, which is, what does it mean that the United States is sending so much computing power to the Middle East? What are the security implications, the U.S. national interest implications of that? So on the one hand, it is this new model of collaboration and partnership, and it is exciting, and it's probably, maybe we are on the verge of a frontier of new knowledge and learning, et cetera, and innovation. On the other hand, it does raise difficult questions that I think I would be remiss if I didn't put them on the table, because this is what folks are wrestling with. The Trump administration has been a bit disruptive in how it has approached this question of AI. This sort of groundbreaking decision to export these sophisticated chips here to the UAE. I mean, it is raising questions about what does this mean? What are the chances or the risks of proliferation to China? I know Talal did indeed address that question, but I think it lurks and looms. To Bilal's points, what about the vulnerabilities? Is the U.S. now going to be vulnerable not because of oil, but because of chips? Does it shift how we think about it? These questions, I think, remain. And I think that as this kind of as we get deeper into this new era, as these partnerships evolve, it's going to be essential that those questions continue to be raised, and that together there are approaches taken to mitigate those risks.
Do you feel like the Trump administration right now in Washington is ready and equipped for these challenges?
Not clear to me. I mean, I think we're watching something really unfold that's quite different and unprecedented. We've seen remarkable changes. I mean, again, I'm a Middle East expert. I'm not an AI expert. But if we look at questions like the decision to lift sanctions on Syria, like literally with the stroke of a pen. In a typical administration, that would be oodles and oodles of meetings and decisions and so forth. We're in something very different. And it may be that that's exactly what this moment needs. Disruption in the region is met by disruption in Washington. But to your question, Ines, I mean, is there the bandwidth? Is there the depth? Is there the attention span to address these very complex questions? I think, honestly, if I'm being very honest, I think the jury is still out on that.
Yes, please.
Look, I should have started by saying that it's virtually impossible to separate the two, to your question, Ines, because all of this stuff is dual use, right? And you're seeing actual applications of those things on the battlefield in peacetime and during wartime, right? So peacetime, you're seeing what kind of advancements AI has made in the maritime domain, right? NAVCENT now, and it's integrated that technology into its maritime operations in those waters to try to police as much space as possible. So that's actually real. It's not theoretical, right? And I would give credit to CENTCOM being at the forefront of that among all the geographic combatant commands. But then, of course, you saw it, unfortunately, obviously with some concern, obviously, that stuff being used in several wars now, whether it's Russia-Ukraine, and of course, Israel, Gaza, Israel and Lebanon, so instrumental to targeting. But then, of course, it brings up a bunch of questions, moral, ethical, regulatory, and so on and so forth. So, look, at the end of the day, just like any other technology, I mean, it presents challenges and opportunities, and it's up to the user to find the right balance between the two, obviously.
Would you agree, Alexis, that it's down to the user then to find this balance?
I do. I mean, again, I think the question of our age is actually who are going to be in light of this technology. And so if you're a military leader, who are you going to be? We have these moments, I think in the past historically, for example, when nuclear destruction became possible, I think the country really had to ask, who are we going to be in light of this power? And so I think that this is something that exists at an individual level, at a societal level, at a community level, at a country level. And like many things, it's going to come down to the quality, the character, the conversation, the cooperation. I'll give an example of something that I found really fascinating. Sometimes I get to run a lot of tabletop exercises with AI, and particularly, in my past in defense. And one of the things that was most interesting, and this has a very direct parallel to education in school as well. Oftentimes, this question of how do we have to modernize education? And imagine getting an assignment. Typically, you'd go home, you'd write it, you bring it in, you turn it in. One of the things that we're seeing teachers do now is give the assignment, let them use AI, but they come back the next day and they actually compare the queries that they used. And if you think about that, what an incredible conversation when you start to say, Mona, why did you ask that? Or why did you include that request? And so I think if you go back now on the defense side, and you start to see things like, different scenarios or wargaming or optionality at play, imagine not only being able to share the GPUs, et cetera, but to learn from each other, to sit down, for example, with UAE counterparts and say, here's a situation, here's something, a scenario. Now let's each go to AI and see how we'd approach it. I think one of the most exciting and interesting psychological opportunities is then to come back and to say, wow, why did you think about it that way? Or why did you seek that info? Or it's interesting that your assumption about X meant Y. And so I think in the ability to query, to compare, to engage, we have a new richness in the tapestry of how we can play out at speed and scale some of these things. And what that means is it gives us the opportunity to share, to know each other better, right? To share and understand values, but more importantly, to do that quickly to the intent of how we want to exist in the real world and the real space. And I actually think those conversations, again, being able to use AI as a stimulant, for that is going to be where a lot of cooperation goes in the future.
There really is a multifaceted way that we're shifting the optics in all senses. I'd like to take this moment now to open it up to our audience and to see if anybody has any questions.
Don't be shy.
Yeah, don't be shy. Oh, a microphone's just coming to you, I believe.
Oh.
No?
Yeah.
Hello. Hi, I'm Alia Sheikh, and I enjoyed a lot this discussion. It's amazing. Actually, too many questions comes to my mind when I both planning to attend this today. All of it about fine lining. What's the fine line between creativity and invading other people's privacy? And you answer many of the questions of that. But my question now is, what's the fine line between the creation and the creator? If I have an accident with my car due to a car default, I will not sue my car. I'll sue the manufacturer. Now, we heard recently in the news about people suing the ChatGPT for encouraging for self-harm and things like that. So the question is, should I hold a program accountable or the programmer? Thank you so much.
Very interesting question.
I'm happy for anyone else to go first.
Definitely not going that way.
That's all you, Alexis.
No. So I actually think this is why I focus so much on the idea of character and choices and awareness. I was sharing with the group backstage that in becoming a grandmother, one of the things that I did recently was like co-author a book for kids on, from ages 6 to 12, which isn't out yet, but is very much about the intentionality of first and foremost, raise a great kid, right? Pay attention, be there, be in their lives. And then the AI, like any tool, becomes a part of how, the life exists and manifests. I think that, I can tell you, being at our organization, when something doesn't go right with the technology, it's devastating, not just to the company, but to us as individuals, right? People who are at OpenAI are there because we believe that AI can benefit all of humanity. And so when it doesn't, or when we learn, it's a devastating moment. And it's also an inspiring moment to say, how can this be better? I think one of the interesting things when we tried to go when we went from ChatGPT 4 to ChatGPT 5, it was actually an intent to be less sycophantic, less kind of friends, less intimate, a little bit more kind of factual. And what was interesting is that we got a lot of pushback. People liked the friendly version, right? They liked this. And so I do think that this is a journey that we're on together. But that being said, what I often say when I train people to use AI is, maybe don't look to AI for answers, look to it for options. Or, we'll talk about like curating, like meaning be curious, curate, with abandon, but propagate with care. Right? Because then it becomes tied to the manifestation of you. And so, I think the most important thing is that that we actually not think about it and make the AI the most important thing, but we make our relationships, right? We make our care for each other. We make the intentionality in how we want to show up in a tool. And I'll give you like one final example. A lot of times we saw, and I was at Google before, we saw social media will tend to kind of drive someone further and further into a held belief. When you query, you have the opportunity to say, I want to see the answer in a balanced way. I want to understand the person that has a different opinion than me. And so I think that, the AI can be assistive in however, you decide to exist. But that's actually a really interesting question, right? Are you going to seek balance? Are you going to seek the opinion of others? Are you going to, be inquisitive about all the options? And so I think that this is something where we will continue as people, as humans, as society to navigate these tools. There's no easy answer. But the last example I would give is, does anyone know how long it took from the time automobiles became standard to when seatbelts became standard? It's fascinating. 67 years. 67 years. And I actually think that our ability as people in a society to adapt and actually insist on safety is incredibly fast now. When we think about AI bias, really in a matter of months, as it was raised societally, it was, I'm not saying it's solved, but it was incredibly corrected. And a lot of people don't know what the biggest change was that corrected it. It wasn't necessarily changing the AI. It was actually changing the camera lenses on all of the cell phones so that they could take pictures that had a broader array of all of the different shapes, sizes, and colors that we come in. But I think, it's good to take a minute, as much as we see these challenging moments, to also recognize how quickly we now can respond. It doesn't take us 67 years. It doesn't need to, right, to solve this. But thank you for the question.
Very wise words. Okay, we've got some more questions. Can we go to the gentleman at the back?
I think we all need official documentation that Alexis is a grandmother.
Well, thank you very much. This is Dr. Irfan Al-Hassani. I am economic expert. Well, I've been living in this region, in this country for nearly about 3 decades. And of course, I chase up the progress and developments and the trends globally and also in this country. To be honest, now the eyes are directing towards the East, to China, to be honest. We should admit that there is a changes in the global power, isn't it? My question simply, to what extent the US administration admit such kind of VUCA environment, volatility, uncertainty, changes, everything in every single aspect of our planet, to be honest, politically, economically, and also socially. To what extent it admits such kind of changes in the power balancing, and hence they not feel any sort of curious concerning the trend, if you like, of the GCC vision towards the East, particularly China. Thank you very much.
Mona, would you like to?
Sure, and I think that is going to be a topic in another panel, but I think it's a great question, and I think that's what I was alluding to in the comments I made. I think the U.S. is extremely aware that the region is playing kind of a hedging role between the United States and the West, and certainly between China, and that is precisely why these concerns are being raised. Because I think the worry and the concern is, given the role that China's playing, the increasing role that China is playing in the region, there is real concern. I mean, the battles now, the power battles, are going to be played out on the field of AI. It is perhaps, one of the most powerful technologies known to man. And so the concern, and I think, Bilal, you probably have some comments on this as well, is that this technology will proliferate. I'm saying this as an American. This technology will proliferate to a strategic rival and be used in nefarious ways, in war fighting and other things, in ways that will come back to bite us. And so I think that is the concern. And then the upside and the other argument that's being made is, no, the United States should come in and dominate this. Our technology should be the dominant one that drives the world, that builds the rails, as Talal was saying, for this new infrastructure. And I think that is exactly the challenge and the sort of the complexity of what this moment is bringing.
Do you want to add to that, Bilal? Okay, so I'm just going to end this fascinating discussion by asking you each to describe this new era in one word or one phrase. I'll start with you, Bilal. Partnership.
Exponential.
Hinge moment.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for joining me. I hope you give a round of applause for the great guests. Thank you so much. Are we going to take one photo?
They're not gonna. Thank you to our panelists and to Ms. Inas Rafai for a truly engaging and insightful session. Now we'll take a 5-minute break as our next panelists get set up for the panel. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Could you please come forward? You could sit up here. Welcome back, everyone. Our second session explores how AI will impact the future of international collaboration and competition, and how nations will balance this technology's potential to drive growth with the challenges it poses to privacy, security, and trust. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our panel discussion on the geopolitics of AI competition, future cooperation, and rivalry. It's a pleasure to moderate this distinguished group of experts who will help us to unpack one of the most defining forces of our time: how artificial intelligence is reshaping not only economies, but also the balance of power, global governance, and the very idea of international cooperation. As AI technologies advance to an unprecedented pace, they are creating both opportunities for shared progress and new arenas for strategic competition. Nations are racing to secure leadership in innovation, data, and digital infrastructure, while at the same time struggling to define ethical standards. In this session, we'll explore several key questions. How is AI redefining geopolitical competition? Can international cooperation keep up with the technological change? And what kind of governance will ensure that AI benefits all, not just those who lead the development? I'm delighted to be joined by His Excellency Professor Ibrahim Al-Hajri, President of Khalifa University of Science and Technology, Professor Sofia Kalantzakis, Global Distinguished Professor of Public Policy at NYU Abu Dhabi, Ms. Henriette Levine, Senior Fellow at the Center for Strategic and International Studies, CSIS, Mr. Yassine Watlal, Head of Systems Engineering and Solutions Architect, Meta, at CrowdStrike, and our own researcher, Mr. Abdullah Al-Khaja, researcher at Trans Research and Advisory. Together, they bring academic depth, policy insight, technological expertise, and strategic foresight to this important conversation. So I'll start with His Excellency Professor Ibrahim, since he's already on a tight schedule and would more likely have to leave, sadly, early on. To begin, let's turn to His Excellency Professor Ibrahim as the head of one of the region's most prominent science and technology universities. So please, would you frame your whole discussion when it comes to AI competition and rivalry, Professor?
Good morning, everyone, and afternoon already. Happy to be part of this esteemed panel. I would say you need some sort of prerequisites to be at the front of this race. And I will start where the previous panel ended, and they ended by having access of energy. And I think that was the differentiator, and is going to be the differentiator in this game. So having the right infrastructure when it comes to energy availability, and not only that, having clean energy gives it another extra sort of attraction, and UAE has access of that, whether it's solar, whether nuclear, and so on. The second, I think UAE was able to see this wave coming a long time ago, as Talal mentioned in the previous panel, and actually maybe they helped also create the wave. 7 years ago, a new minister of AI, and then 6 years ago also MBZ UAI that works on sovereignty of large language models, not only sovereignty but open access and multi-languages. So right now MBZ UAI has developed more than 6 or 7 languages, different languages, and they're open. And this actually gives them access to not only the improvement that each these countries or language individual using these LLMs, it gives you a different flavor and culture and also context, which you'll be able to take that information and develop even more and better LLMs in the future. I would say the fourth pillar is talent, and that's what we do at Khalifa University and other universities, is providing the talent. And then beyond that is having sandboxes, a place where you can launch these use cases. And Abu Dhabi and UAE are known. So this week, all of you know that this week is an autonomous week. And they've deployed so many autonomous vehicles, drones for mobility. Just by this week, maybe 16 companies have been deploying their technologies here in Abu Dhabi. So being able to be in a place where regulations are not too strict and there's agility to make changes in the regulations allows you to develop these use cases quicker, test them, and then deploy them. Last but not least is commercialization. How do you commercialize these use cases to create companies that will create jobs for the future and benefit society at large? So I'd say these are the 6 pillars that a nation or a society would need to lead in the race of AI.
Well, that's marvelous. If you allow me to build up also, Your Excellency, what role can universities and research institutions play in fostering cross-border collaboration in AI?
Excellent question. I think there's a lot to be done by universities because they have, they look at this from a knowledge creation point of view, right? There's no politics, nothing, so there's no boundaries, I would say, when it comes to scientists talking to one another. So they see how they can create the knowledge to improve lives and to have an impact. So we can use these vehicles, the universities, the research centers, to create that knowledge. And that knowledge needs to be then translated into, as I said, a business opportunity, okay? Commercialize that.
Yes.
Because universities tend to just publish,
yes,
okay? And these publications don't benefit much except the university and maybe the faculty themselves. But there are so many publications or so many research that are being put on the shelves without having to be commercialized, where their impacts would propagate globally, not just a few hundred of people that are gonna read that publication or benefit from it. Second, as I mentioned, talent is important. How do you develop a talent? How do you become an agile university? By changing your curriculum really swiftly and quickly to adapt to a changing market. The previous panel mentioned also how, and I was just talking to a friend yesterday, I said, we used to strategize or go into a retreat every 1 year or 6 months, right?
Yeah.
Now I think in the era of AI, we need to have, agentic AIs that do the operations, and we have a retreat every week, because you really need to think how you shift, with the market changes, because you don't live in a bubble. And some of the universities that are very classical, I think they're going to be phased out. So having to be able to adapt quickly is a key. Another point, I would say, using universities as test beds, because it's a safe environment. It's not, it doesn't cost much to do, tests in the universities, and then get the youth to deploy those outside and ensure again. And I think Abu Dhabi and UAE needs more startups than ever. Especially at this time, you see tens of thousands of millionaires moving their investment to UAE. I think this is the time to get the universities to commercialize and generate not only publications, but become catalysts for economic development.
Oh, in this answer, you've shed light on so many important things. Your Excellency, I'm not sure where to begin. You've said it's important for youth to begin this, to start this startup support for the UAE, to have those kind of startups,
just as looking at how many investors are coming to the UAE. But also one important thing you said at the start is that the universities have the role to play this kind of talk that usually diplomacy cannot afford to play, which I believe is also a role for academic research institutions and universities as well. But if I bring it back as well to your perspective, and how do you see the UAE's positioning itself in the global AI race?
I think UAE is a forefront of all this game. And as I mentioned earlier, it has positioned itself. This was extremely well orchestrated years ago to be leading. I mean, you cannot orchestrate it better than this. It was timely thought, very well executed at the right time, and I think all the stars kind of aligned for the UAE because of its wise leadership and how they have positioned themselves to be, a leading, country in this game. But I think to continue leading in this era of AI, again, sovereignty is quite important, but also openness, collaboration with other nations, deploying some of the technologies. You've seen also the Abu Dhabi government platform called TAM was actually, was a trend in US and in the West and all over the globe. And now the government is actually selling and deploying this to other governments, So we need to do more of that to stay at the front and lead. We need to do that not only on the government level, but also at the economic level, investment, commercial levels, for energy, societal, healthcare, logistics, all the different verticals of businesses that we go across our lives need to be, we need to have a TAM for every one of those verticals. Yeah.
Which is marvelous. Thank you, Your Excellency, and we'll hopefully get back to you as well if time allows. We thank you for the time you've already given us as well. And now to bring the focus or the core focus into the public policy domain and perspective, we bring it back to Professor Sofia Kalantzakos. Professor, can you please framework your discussion at the beginning? And in a short 5-minute length, you're allowed to, just so we can build up on that conversation as well. How do you see the geopolitics of AI?
Well, the geopolitics of AI. I know we talked a lot about all these exciting things that are happening. I feel very privileged to be living in the future and to be experiencing a lot of this just by being in the UAE that really has shown the way forward. But one of the things that we must not forget is that we're living in an age of hyper-competition between the US and China. And I do believe that this is a major, how would I say it? It's a major rivalry. Has something happened?
I'm not sure. Please, Professor, we apologize for that.
Okay, not a problem. So we're living in an age of hyper-competition, and this competition is between the United States and China.
Yeah.
And it is a race. We use these words already. It's a race. It's a race to lead. It's a race to generate the greatest wealth possible, to innovate, to leapfrog, to really have a big say in the future. And this race is happening with an accelerated speed between the United States and China over what I would call geopolitically like a race to control the tech imperium. And I do think that this is going to be a very big part of the conversation. One other thing that I think is important that we should not forget, there were two things that were decided in Paris in 2015. That the world would green the global economy, which meant electrify transport, that the UAE is also doing, and deploy renewables in order to respond to the climate crisis. But the second part was the fourth industrial revolution. The global digitalization, the dematerialization of the global economy was also meant as a one way of trying to reduce our carbon footprint. One of the things that we're facing today, apart from the geopolitics, but also is geopolitical, is this issue of energy. We heard it throughout the day. The more energy you feed AI, the better the results are, the more exciting, the more tailored made, the more it can think. And this has become, I think, one of the crucial areas that we're going to see hyper competition again. I'll give one example. Just a few days ago, the United States signed an agreement with Greece to drill in the Ionian Sea. And together with that, they also signed an MOU and an agreement that said that Greece will become one of the trusted partners for AI development all across the supply chain. So energy and AI and the entire supply chains are also now becoming, I would say, I would frame it as becoming more securitized, or in any event, consolidated. Let's put it this way.
Sure.
And consolidation can be geopolitical or not. And so I think that there are many issues I will also like to talk about later about the developing world. Is this race going to leave the developing world behind yet again? And resource competition is coming to the fore. We've all heard about rare earths and other critical minerals. But while the developing world is resource rich, how will it also partake in this great new era?
Well, that's marvelous. You've also mentioned, as well, we've heard all through the day how it's a race not only toward AI, it's a race to energy. And as much as you feed AI energy, as much as it becomes more promising, more exuberant, more expressive, more vibrant. So yes, and that's definitely a key thing that we'd like to delve more and get back to you on, Professor. But now to hear more from the diplomacy of AI as well, which is the topic of today, from Ms. Henriette Levine. Your work looks closely at the global regulatory competition. So please, would you frame the whole competition, the geopolitics of AI in a few words?
Sure. Well, so sitting in Washington and as a person who focuses on Chinese foreign policy and domestic policy, maybe I'll start by saying just a few words about this AI race that Sophia wisely raised between the US and China, because I think in both Washington and Beijing, there's increasing agreement that success in AI will provide quite significant military, economic, even societal advantages that could be the dominant factor in the overall global competition between the US and China. But I think that there are still perhaps some disagreements about, so if we're in an AI race, what are we racing to? And I think those conversations are still quite divergent, and maybe even there's a widening divergence in perspectives between Washington and Beijing. Where in the US, you see, a race towards AGI, towards artificial general intelligence. And we have the depth of capital markets in the US to support that, to chase after kind of a very ambitious, abstract idea with returns on an unclear timeline, but with the idea that if AGI is a lock-in moment, if the first country to get to AGI secures an enduring advantage, then that's what you need to race towards. Whereas in China, the AI race has been much more focused on the application of existing AI technology to every facet of life, of the economy, and of the military as well. It's integrating AI into everything and doing it as quickly as possible. And that's partly because China just doesn't have the depth of capital markets that the US has, and it's a little trickier in today's geopolitical environment for China to lean on US capital the way it has in the past to support its own technological development. But also you see very strong support from this approach from the Chinese government, and often through the term that President Xi Jinping likes to use, new productive forces. So new productive forces means that technology-enabled productivity gains are what is going to take China out of the middle income trap and increasingly contribute to this broader sense of China's national rejuvenation, China's leadership in the world. And so new productive forces predates kind of the AI moment, but now in this AI moment, this is very focused on finding practical applications for AI in the economy of today, in the manufacturing ecosystem of today. And we're seeing China achieve quite significant strides in this. And we see China, I think, not just in AI, but in technology broadly, being very effective at accumulating process knowledge. How do you use a technology in an effective way? Whereas the US traditionally has been stronger in kind of foundational scientific breakthroughs, but not necessarily applying those breakthroughs at scale, though sometimes that's the case too. And so to go back to this question of, well, is this a race to a particular finish line? Is there an AI breakthrough that can be achieved first that one side absolutely must achieve? Or is this something that's going to look more like the space race of the Soviet times? Is this something where, well, maybe one country gets a satellite into space, another does a few months later, and the race continues? And my guess would be that at least over the relatively near term, the AI race looks something like that latter case. But there could be in the future some lock-in moment, and that's certainly animating perspectives in Washington.
So it is a race, but it's not quite the race toward the same end. The US is racing toward AGI, while China is racing toward applying it to various sectors as well. So it's technically, as Professor Sophia said, it's a race, but toward different ends, basically. Is that so, Ms. Andrea?
I think so. I mean, you'll see actually very similar rhetoric in Washington, Beijing about winning this race, about ensuring that either China or the US is setting global standards, or sometimes even using the language of global dominance for their particular tech stack.
Because we've heard it so many times as well.
So
Especially
many
when
times.
it comes to AI.
But I do think that the underlying areas of focus and a lot of those key assumptions driving the race, and also the capital structure on both sides driving the race, which is quite significant as well, often does still differ, even if that rhetoric of winning the race of AI can sound quite similar across both capitals.
That sounds like quite an achievement as well as finishing the race, basically, yes. Well, and now to bring it to Mr. Yassin Watlal, to bring a private sector and cybersecurity perspective into the discussion, I'd like to turn to you from CrowdStrike to basically tell us about your perspective from the private sector perspective, from cloud security perspective. What is the geopolitics of AI competition?
Thank you for having me. A lot of great insights from the discussion. And from our perspective in terms of cybersecurity, it's been very dynamic. Threat actors are practitioners. What it means is when there is a piece of technology, they will use it. When there are gaps, they will try to shim in the gaps. So what we've seen on our side, as soon in the past 18 months to 2 years, when we do innovate and invent technology, OpenAI, famously ChatGTP, a few months after we've seen fraud GTP and warm GTP, which was just wrapping around with a lot of techniques to try to get the tool to work in their favor. So the adoption, as mentioned, is general. What it means also general for the threat actors. They haven't got the same regulation, ethics, they will just go for it. And one of the first impact, obviously, was in the social engineering attack, trying to develop malware and all of the things that we know in cybersecurity. So I'll frame the discussion of today into two parts, the offense part, what it means for them, what we see, what we gather in terms of telemetry, and obviously on the defense as well. So AI has been hugely beneficial on our side. It still is. There is a lot of work processes that where we can apply the agentic piece, which is one of the latest use cases. Great decision loops, however, that can be tampered with. So we'll talk a little bit about that as well. And understanding as well in terms of securing the AI moving forward. We're looking at introducing AI into critical infrastructure, into transport. We're looking at things within the healthcare industry. So what we want to always think is what kind of risk we're introducing. But we obviously understand the benefit, but we just want to do things right. The privacy is an important aspect as well. Do I use a particular AI service which is in country, or do I collaborate with another one? We talked about obviously US and China, which are definitely in an arm race. And we talked about their philosophy, their approach as well, which is definitely the case. There is a region which will definitely need to think through in terms of their collaboration, which is, for example, Europe. In terms of their capacity as well. And where would they decide to collaborate to actually have those AI services?
Yeah.
Would they have this ability to provide that power? We're talking about gigawatts, and do they have the capacity as well to develop those best AI services in country, or would they have to collaborate? So those also challenges will be, I would say, a bit more important in this region. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how things unfold. One of the important aspects is where we are leaning forward in terms of when we do things, when we want to ensure that we have all of these AI services in country, but why are we doing it for? Well, maybe it is to innovate in 3 to 5 years.
Yes.
So those are the kind of topic that I'll drill into a bit later.
And also among those topics, Mr. Yassin, you've also said a couple of keywords that begs for a question. But I'll try to hold myself just for the sake of,
Maybe interjection before I leave.
Please do.
I totally agree with you on the race between China and US. But I think there's a forgotten also space where competition is going to start somewhere on LLMs and AI on chip, so on device. And this is something that we don't see a lot of people in talking about it in any way. And we at Khalifa were working with Lockheed Martin and MIT to establishing a joint lab actually to do exactly that. So to build a chip that you have LLM and AI. This is for either defense security, so it's not connected to the network, so it does the brain and thinking on the device itself.
That's quite a breakthrough.
Yeah. So this is something that again, it's how you become at the front edge to capture a much more market. And this is back to your earlier question. What universities can do is basically keep an eye on the dynamics of the geopolitics and where you can seize the opportunities and you can capitalize on that. So excuse me, I have to go, and I've enjoyed this discussion. Thank you so much. We already took a group picture earlier. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you for your input. So just to go back to the point, Mr. Yassin, you've said some keywords that begs for a question, but I'd like to save some time for also our colleagues here. You said competition, you said ethics, you said privacy, you said security, and I'd love to build on those as well. But before we delve into a couple of targeted questions, I'd like to hear also from Mr. Abdullah Al-Khaja to get a regional research standpoint from trans researcher. So would you frame the geopolitics of AI as well in a couple of sentences of yours, researcher Abdullah?
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, everyone. So when we talk about AI, it's typically seen as just computer science and the tech domain. But in the last couple of years, you've seen that, of course, the accessibility, as Mr. Yassin said, of ChatGPT and other models of AI has widened the gap. People use it in economic studies, international relations, policy, even diplomacy. One of the things that is missing, and was mentioned by Professor Sophia, is that legislation or global legislation, whether by the United Nations or other entities, is missing. One of the difficulties in that is that AI, as we've already discussed that, is that AI develops at a rapid pace. And going back to what everyone already covered, which was the great power competition between China and the US in terms of semiconductors, energy, as well as acquiring rare earth minerals, of course, for AI development. So that competition, if one of these powers, let's say, feels left behind, like you already mentioned that there's two tracks, but still those powers don't want to be at in the second place when it comes to this competition. Yeah. So subpar legislations or subpar AIs can be developed. That, of course, raises some questions about the ethical use, the moral use, especially when it comes to the shift towards the weaponization of AI or the military use of AI. That is one of the key aspects that most countries, I'd say, of higher power look at, especially when it comes to cyber capabilities. Cyber capabilities, of course, both offensive and defensive, have been using AI to bolster those respective parts. According to a study by McKinsey and Kobach from 2022, since the release of AI models, 1,200 don't quote me on that, 1,200% of phishing attacks have been raised since AI has been integrated into these types of attacks. So, of course, we've seen entities like the United Nations just 2 months ago, in September, during the 80th General Assembly, introduced 2 bodies of AI, governing AI, which are the Global Dialogue on AI Governance, as well as the Independent International Scientific Panel on AI. However, there is no consensus between any of these nations. That's one of the issues, according to the United Nations, that only 7 developed countries are parties to all major legislation. So that's one of the underlying issues that we have to try and cover and turn this competition into, as mentioned, a cooperation instead.
That's definitely the case. Only 7, you've said.
Yes.
And of course, we won't quote you with the numbers directly, but still, you've said some concerning things. You've also touched on ethics, but that still doesn't mean that I won't get to pick our guest brain as well when it comes to the key things that you've mentioned as well. Sure. But I'll go back to Professor Sophia currently. So from a global public policy perspective, can you tell me how is AI transforming traditional power dynamics between states, and what risk does this pose for smaller or developing nations? The shift in the whole power dynamic.
I have to say that it's such a seismic shift. Nobody knows exactly how. Sorry.
No, by any means.
Sorry.
Just so they also can hear the marvelous answer.
The shift is so seismic. It is so unprecedented. It is truly revolutionary what's happening in such a short time. And I do believe that even big powers, small powers, big nations, small nations, the developing world, everybody is struggling to, number one, not miss the opportunity, right? But also trying to figure out how it's going to use this technology or bring its governance and its political models and its institutions into a much more in some kind of understanding. I think this is the big struggle. The struggle is the technology is moving very quickly. The markets are moving very quickly. And the geopolitics are moving very quickly. And everyone is struggling in this completely shifting climate to try to find a footing. Now, obviously, the 2 major players, the United States and China, are at the forefront. And I'm glad we mentioned Europe, though briefly. Europe, I think, has a big role to play, but it also needs to, and it says it's very committed to pursuing the AI excellence and partaking in the 4th Industrial Revolution, but it's also very much a regulatory power. So Europe is sort of a thorn and the side of this race, because it keeps saying, oh, one second, we need guardrails, we need rules, we need an energy account.
As a safeguard.
Well, we need to understand what we're doing. We're not going to just jump into it. We need to guarantee privacy. We need to make sure the citizens are not becoming victims of the scams and of the fake news and of all of this. But also, it does see, I mean, it has financial technological, obviously, ambitions in the Eurasia-Africa region. This is also becoming an even bigger issue now, as the geopolitical situation has been kind of turned all former partnerships on their head. And I just want to point out one small thing, which this conversation in a week from now might look different. But I will say that this is what's been happening. The United States, under the new administration, wanted to revisit its partnerships, its relationships, its rivalries, all of it. By using tariffs, it kind of brought everybody into a new conversation, into a new negotiation position. This was part one. With AI, though, a new thing is now happening. After July, when the United States developed its AI blueprint, I think it's going back to old partners, trusted partners, partners with energy resources to power AI, partners that it wants to bring together on this entire, how would I say it, in the deployment and unfolding. This is why we're seeing that it's pursuing bilateral negotiations. So I mentioned Greece as an example. This was not an EU deal. It was a US-Greek deal.
Yes, bilateral deal.
So this is very China reminiscent.
Yeah.
So yes, they mirror each other. In fact, every measure now is a mirror of what the US is doing, what China's doing, and China's doing what the US is doing. So I think that there's a lot out there. Smaller countries take a different perspective. The UAE is doing a phenomenal job navigating this minefield, actually, with amazing partnerships with both sides in different domains. Some stuff overlaps.
Yeah.
I think trusted by all. That's a huge achievement. Singapore, for instance, is also looking toward Europe now. Some say it's leaning more toward China. It's navigating the landscape. So I think there are pitfalls, there are opportunities, but it's an evolving landscape.
Well, that's a marvelous answer. And what about you, Ms. Levine? From your vantage point at CSIS, how are major powers, particularly the US, China, and the EU, we won't forget the EU as well, shape the emerging geopolitical landscape of AI standards and regulations?
We won't forget the EU.
Definitely.
So I think we see geopolitical dynamics really contributing to a balkanization of AI standards and regulation and just perspectives and practice around the world. And if we think about, who would most naturally share values and assumptions on what AI should look like in the world, the Transatlantic Alliance would theoretically be a good starting point. You could expect to see the US and Europe cooperating on questions of AI governance. Instead, we seem to be, at least this year, seeing the opposite, where questions of digital sovereignty are actually one of the most significant irritants in the Transatlantic Alliance. And at the same time, you have China often advocating for dialogue on AI governance with the United States, with Europe. And I think both sides have largely resisted this conversation because they see it as something of a Trojan horse through which China is trying to gain additional intelligence on how the US and Europe think about those issues. And also, I think there's a real concern about values. There's a concern that the way that China's authoritarian political system structures its perspectives on AI governance is to some degree incompatible with how the US, Europe, democracies view what AI is supposed to be, what it's supposed to enable, with a kind of thought that is appropriate in this era-shaping technology. And so there's further balkanization. And so maybe just one other point I would raise, when we talk about great powers in the AI context, it does make sense to raise Taiwan as well. The AI revolution rests on Taiwan's TSMC producing high-end chips. NVIDIA doesn't make anything. It's TSMC on Taiwan, to some degree, hopefully soon in Arizona, but mostly on Taiwan, that are enabling this technology to continue to grow. And so, we're talking about geopolitics. Peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait is actually a necessary condition for AI development. And we've seen a number of interesting studies that show if the mainland were to even try and undertake a temporary blockade of Taiwan, something short of a full-out invasion we might have in our minds, that would still have a devastating and probably lasting impact on the global technological ecosystem, particularly when it comes to AI, but also on the broader global economy as well. So just wanted to raise that point too.
Well, that's perfect. And not only hopefully in Arizona, but also after His Excellency Professor Ibrahim have said now that Khalifa University is also working with MIT to produce a chip here in Abu Dhabi, which should be a marvelous breakthrough as well. We're hoping also here in Abu Dhabi and also there in Arizona as well. So not only in Taiwan, Abu Dhabi and Arizona. And also now we'll get back to some of the keywords that you mentioned, Mr. Yassin. And I'll begin with threats. So given your experience in cybersecurity and systems engineering, how does the rapid integration of AI into defense, into digital infrastructure reshape the cyber threat landscape?
AI speeds up everything and it scales up everything. And for threat actors are almost no cost. So it was already asymmetric and challenging before, and it's even more now. So they're able to launch their attack even more sophisticated and even more realistic than before. We know about that, and we knew about that as well. What we need to cater for, it's what we call the unknown unknown. So when we look at the AI, it's a little bit like, if I want to shorten, it's a little bit like development, and we want to secure it. And it very quickly becomes like a Russian doll. You realize that there's a lot of layers, and each of them have their own chain. This is why we talk a lot about supply chain attack. So we need to realize that very quickly. So we want to look at it. There is a level of complexity that come with it. But as we said, we want to put guardrails, and we want to ensure that there's innovation. We want to ensure adoption as well. But we want to ensure that things are done in a manner that do not put things at risk, especially on the critical infrastructure. So it does speed up everything. One of the technology, as you mentioned earlier, that is rising rapidly and sophistication is around the videos and the deep fake videos. This is actually what keeps me up at night, probably more than the ransomware. Simply because it touches the identity itself of a person, and it goes back into social engineering in a different level, a different scale. Because right now you'll have video of officials, you'll have a representative of someone with authority, potentially instructing someone to do something.
Yes.
And we've seen this already in the past 2 years now with a group called Famous Colima, where they are able to be hired within a company. So they can pass interviews, they go online, they even perform Zoom calls, and they answer questions, and then they get hired. They get hired in different companies. They get hired in the US. They get hired in Europe. They get hired here. They can get hired. They actually get hired, and they work for the company. They have laptop farms in different places where they can get their laptop and then do work for the company. And at the same time, they're actually insiders providing data to different groups. So we've seen this being efficient in the field, and we've had to change our way of looking at cybersecurity in terms of who do we talk to, who do we bring this awareness to. So now we talk to HR, we talk to different departments, and we tell them that it raises a certain level of awareness, and we have to be careful because those technologies are actually coming up and rising faster than what we thought they would. So that's on the attack side. However, on the defense, we also have tools.
Yes, I was going to ask.
So we can defend.
You can't give us the threat without giving us the defense.
That's correct, yes. So one thing AI or agentic AI is work. What it means by that is that it does things on the automation faster than what a human can do. So we have attacks at the machine speed. We can also have defense at the machine speed. We have great data sets. Attackers have been launching attacks for years. So we capture this, and we can train our models as well.
A cumulative experience.
A cumulative experience, yes. We want to keep observing, because again, what we know in terms of threats is one thing, but what we really looking to understand is what we don't know, the unknown unknown. For the past 20 years I've been in cybersecurity. In terms of operational security, we can go and then say we're going to put guardrails, protection, and controls, that's fine. But what I'm always worried about is the things that I don't know. And where I want to help always is how do we cater for those particular unknown. We have a lot of customers that are being pushed by their boards to adopt AI as fast as possible to be competitive. We want to ensure that the companies are competitive wherever you are. And sometimes also because you lack of people. So if you can offload this and remove that manual task and get this being automated, that's great. That works, and we can move forward. So there is a push on the AI adoption, and we want to ensure that we secure each of the layer. Like I mentioned earlier, the GPUs are a very important aspect. Data centers are a very important aspect. By the way, I think this is one of the first time that I see a direct public and government initiative and need tied to private. What I mean by this is that you can't run the data centers if there is no energy. And if there is no energy, if we don't put the infrastructure in place. And infrastructure, it's the state and the public that can actually put the grids and then put the power to actually ensure that we have data centers, because we're talking gigawatts.
And the core, so in the core, we go back to energy nonetheless.
We do. We do.
Awesome. That's a marvelous circle. Do you have a comment on that, Professor Sophia?
I'm just, yes, I have a comment.
Please do.
The comment is that this energy, I mean, it became very clear to me after President Trump's inauguration that when the United States declared an energy emergency, I was kind of baffled, actually. And then I realized that this is, I mean, it was always there. We knew that AI needed energy. But when the United States, the #1 fossil fuel producer in the world, is declaring an energy emergency, it could only mean that it was for AI. And this is a problem, from my perspective, for someone who works on climate, who's been talking about climate, and we have COP going on right now. I mean, there is this part of the conversation that's becoming very diminished. And I think this is turning into a new fossil fuel era. I see that the UAE, actually the UAE is doing the most balanced job. It promoted nuclear earlier on. It has been investing heavily in solar. Other countries are now actually turning, because, you know, there's so much financing to be had. And other countries, I think, are turning more toward fossil fuels in ways that they had not before. So I think it's something for those who work on climate or who are worried about, you know, the overheating of the planet. That aspect is being pushed under the rug, and maybe we need to kind of lift the rug and look at it just so it can inform our thinking.
Oh yeah, that's a great point. And just to go on what the UAE's approach on balancing things, you said it's big on solar as well, and I'd just like to mention that 4 out of the 5 biggest solar plants in the world are actually in the UAE. So 4 out of the big 5. And now just to go to a regional perspective from our regional researchers, Abdullah, how does AI competition intersect with the regional dynamics, especially here in the Middle East, and where does the UAE especially fit in the broader global race?
So as His Excellency already said, the UAE is already at the forefront and is a proactive adopter of artificial intelligence starting 7 years ago. Mohammed bin Zayed University, as well as its national strategies, being We Are the UAE 2031, including technological adaptation into education, the National AI Strategy 2031 as well as trying to reach its 100th anniversary through the Vision 2071.
Yes.
So there is this intersection of technological adaptation, and the UAE has the infrastructure, as already mentioned, for AI governance, as well as handling the energy-rich systems that are needed. One of the points that, when it comes to the GCC or the Gulf, or even the Middle East as a whole, she already said, Professor, that whether you're a small power, middle power, great power, everyone wants a piece of the cake. Everyone wants to get into artificial intelligence, having those capabilities of their own. Energy, of course, is the biggest divider, and that is concerning when it comes to maybe part 2 of the digital divide. Like third world countries don't have access to basic internet, so what about heavy technological systems like these? But we can see that the initiatives taken by Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the United Arab Emirates, all align when it comes to technological adaptation and using it in tech governance, smart cities, and just overall collaborations between the neighboring countries and the entirety of the globe.
Thank you for such an enriching answer. And going back to tech governance, Ms. Henriette, do you believe that we are heading toward a bipolar or a multipolar order in AI governance or in tech governance in AI? And what would that mean for the global cooperation? Because it's not only a rivalry, there is also cooperation out of this. So
it's a great point. I think I'm going to cheat and say a little bit of both. I think that we will increasingly see the US and China represent 2 poles at least generating the leading edge of AI capability. And there is a certain kind of standard setting power that comes along with that. I mean, if only because the most active AI companies are going to probably continue to be in the US and China for the foreseeable future, at least in bulk, the ones generating kind of the most rapid pace of breakthrough. But I think that we are at the same time going to be looking at what in practice becomes an increasingly multipolar order, as every country, every jurisdiction, every company, every community kind of works out for itself how to navigate between these two poles in the US and China, and how to also influence how the US and China, US and Chinese companies are engaging internationally. And that can be through tools, from financing to thinking about, the global laydown in data centers. Mm-hmm. And so I think this will be a time where there's tremendous agency around the world for shaping the form of that multipolarity, even as, of course, we should expect the US and China to play kind of a particular role.
And that multipolarity.
Exactly. And I just, on the question of how do we get to cooperation in this environment, I think there is even still a very narrow aperture for effective cooperation between even the US and China on certain pieces of the AI question. Not on governance, because I do think that the values question kind of balkanizes priorities when it comes to governance in a way that's difficult to surmount. But when it comes to the downside risk of AI safety, I think that there is space to have at least a dialogue between the US, Europe, China, other powers around the world about how we deal with extreme downside risk, almost in the spirit of the old arms control dialogues between the US and the Soviet Union, where even at a time of very intense competition, there was an understanding that there's a common responsibility among great powers to ensure that there is not an accidental escalation to a devastating outcome for humanity. And we should not allow the intensity of the competition to preclude doing what's right to ensure those basic protections on such an important technology.
Marvelous answer in itself. Well, I'd like to thank our panel, and now I'll open the floor for questions from our crowd as well, so I don't hog the whole question arena as well. So we'll take a question from Mr. Bilal Saab first, and then
Thank you. Henrietta, I am a Cold War enthusiast, so I heard the words arms control, I'm like, uh-oh. And boy, are you right. I mean, is there so much to learn from that experience when it comes to regulating a very intense rivalry, great power, competition. I wonder if you have in your mind any examples from that era, at least philosophically, conceptually, that could translate to this era, and of course in the field of cooperation, right? So any conceptual approaches that we learned from the past that could somehow transition nicely into this era?
I think that if you look back to the US-Soviet symmetry from the Cold War era, there is kind of an admirable focus, even in very difficult times, maybe especially in very difficult times, for managing the risks of the relationship responsibly. And I think we can carry that forward into the contemporary environment. Now, it's been very difficult, and the US has tried for many years to talk about actual arms control with China. Nuclear strategic stability considerations, China doesn't want to have the conversation until they are at a peer capability, so it's difficult. But even on such a challenging issue in the US-China relationship, the question of strategic stability, China's rapid nuclear buildup, there actually has been just a hint of progress by pairing the issue with AI when it comes to dialogue. And so you saw an agreement, just a one-sentence agreement from the US and China coming out of high-level discussions. I think it was in 2024. that humans should retain control over nuclear weapons. And so is that a very basic thing to say? Yes. But at least it provides a foundation for continued conversation, continued risk reduction, and hopefully we do see continued dialogue to that effect.
We'll move to the second question.
Thank you. Actually, I have a background in academic field and also I'm a parliament member, so mostly I'm also at that political level. So just my question that in that huge race in the AI technology between having leadership in that field and at the same time seeking for cooperation to what we call the privacy and security and making sure that that AI technology will not affect and dominate what we all try to preserve as a human, which is for sure our security and privacy. And we saw at the same time what is happening at the EU, the European nation, when they started very strongly with the AI Act on that side, making sure that they will preserve that side for the European people. And now there is also a strong and loudly call to lose that, I would say, strict law and that kind of controlling of that AI technology. How do you see the commitment of both sides, the China and the United States, on seeking that kind of cooperation and having, I would say, a ground understanding of how to make sure that the race for the AI technologies and development will not break through our privacy and security? Mm-hmm. We need that commitment, and I couldn't see that things happening actually within the last 10 years in the Europe nation, for example.
So I believe if any one of the panel would like to answer, to rephrase the question is, how do we believe that the competition doesn't affect our level of privacy? It doesn't outbreak from competition to affecting people's on a personal level?
I just offer a brief comment, and in part I would distinguish between the two pieces of your question: cooperation to ensure AI does not violate privacy, and then to ensure it does not violate our security. Mm-hmm. And I think on security, there is absolutely a dialogue to be had. And it is important that critical decision makers in Washington, in Beijing, in Brussels, and elsewhere around the world have kind of a common sense of worst case scenarios, how they might be addressed. Privacy, I think, is much more difficult when it comes to global cooperation, in part because the very idea of what privacy is, to what privacy do you have a right, is so vastly different in China, in the US, and in Europe. So there you probably have more of a balkanized process where there will be a national conversation about the most appropriate way ahead. And that does come, of course, with certain risks that important questions could fall through the cracks.
It's so interesting that you saw privacy and security as you decoupled them. And I think in a lot of our minds, maybe they aren't so decoupled, in the sense when a citizen is actually talking about it. Mm-hmm. But that's a great point. What I'd like to say is that I think that Europe has been trying to pave the way, to have the guardrails, to have the regulations to protect privacy and security for its citizens. We've entered a very transactional period. And I think that Europe was being punished by the United States. It was threatened with more tariffs if it proceeded with either taxation on big tech or if it put in these kinds of guardrails and to secure these kinds of like security and privacy for citizens. It's going to be a battle. And I think that there are two fundamental schools of thought, in the EU perhaps is the third, China really wants to have the conversation, the standards, the regulations. China wants to do this at a state level. It wants government control over this. The United States has always believed in a more voluntary, market-based, private company discourse. And Europe is sort of in between. It said, we love companies, we love the private sector, but we're also, nation states with particular, interests that to protect our citizens. We think about it in a particular way, and we want to kind of find a bridge between the two. But it does agree, I would almost say, with China that this is not a conversation to be had solely by the companies themselves. Europe is all about stakeholder involvement. It's like talking about to everybody and anybody at all levels of society, government, and the private sector. And I think that that's a fundamental strength. Sometimes people see it as a weakness because they're like, oh my God, they can't decide anything. They're talking ad nauseum. But in the end, once they come up with a solution, it's actually a very powerful one. So, we'll see, but it's a work in progress.
Well, I apologize to the crowd. Apparently, I've hogged too much of our session's time. So I'll just conclude. Thank you all for our panelists for such a thoughtful and thought-provoking insights as well. Today's discussion reminds us all that AI is not just a technological revolution, it's a geopolitical one. The pursuit of digital dominance is reshaping alliances, trade, and diplomacy, but also offers an opportunity for more connected and cooperative global order. The key challenge ahead is ensuring that nations compete to lead in AI, they also collaborate to govern it responsibly, aligning innovation with ethics, progress with protection, power with shared prosperity. I hope today's exchange was or has sparked new perspective and ideas on how we can collectively navigate this new era of technological geopolitics. Thank you once again to our distinguished panelists and to our audience. Thank you. Salam alaikum.
Thank you to our panelists. I apologize in advance for any inconvenience. There's been a slight change in the program, and we'll dive right into panel 3 and then take our lunch break. Thank you. أكيد. Thank you for your patience. Our final session focuses on the intersection of technology and diplomacy, highlighting how AI and digital infrastructure are redefining soft power by enabling new forms of international cooperation and innovation. Please join me in welcoming our distinguished speakers, Dr. Saeed Al-Dhahri, Director of Center for Future Studies at the University of Dubai, Will Todman, Chief of Staff, Geopolitics and Foreign Policy Department and Senior Fellow, Middle East Program at CSIS, Professor Sami Haddadin, Vice President of Research and Professor of Robotics, Mohammed bin Zayed University of AI, Najla Al-Midfa, Researcher at Trends Research and Advisory. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I know it's almost lunchtime and you're probably starting to get hungry, but I promise this will be a very interesting session. So every era has its own kind of power. There was a time when it came from geography, natural resources, military strength. Today, a big part of that power comes from something less visible: cloud computing, data centers, algorithm, and most importantly, who controls them. We see it everywhere: chips that determine who gets access to advanced models, cloud platforms that entire governments rely on, and data networks that can connect and disconnect entire regions. So today, AI isn't just supporting diplomacy anymore, it's shaping it. So today, with my esteemed panelists, we're going to be discussing how nations and companies are using artificial intelligence to establish and gain soft power. So, Will, I want to start with you. When we look at the world today, we see ASML controlling EUV machines, TSMC controlling chip fabrications, and the US restricting NVIDIA's AI advanced chips. All of it shaping world alliances nowadays. So from your vantage point, how is AI changing the way countries build influence and power?
Well, thank you so much for having me, and it's a pleasure to be here. I'm very grateful to Trends for the invitation. I think AI is really transforming how we think about soft power. Traditionally, as Joseph Nye described it, soft power is about attracting, not about coercing others. And so I think there are many ways in which different countries are using AI as a source of soft power to shape new understandings of collaboration on the governance of AI, and we've heard about that. But we've also heard the limitations of that there's not nearly enough collaboration perhaps on it. And then I think we've also had the last panel talking about this race for dominance between the US and China. And that race for dominance feels less like soft power, and I think quite more like sharp power. These countries are trying to build dependencies around the world, trying to export their model of governance and their frameworks for AI and how it works. So I think now there is a sort of interesting opening that other countries, particularly middle powers, are starting to think about how can they put forward an alternative to this. And I think there's a theme that has come up throughout the discussions today, and that theme is one of trust and credibility. Mm-hmm. And I think now we are seeing new efforts to build trust in AI models, and that is really the key tenet of soft power as it relates to international relations. Trust that the models of governance are transparent, that there is a sense of accountability if things go wrong with an AI model, who is to blame, who is going to respond. transparency about how they're built, what kinds of sources are feeding.
So, Will, we're going to dive into transparency and trust, but I wanted to first ask you, where do you draw the line between it being a soft power tool and a tool for coercion? And is it so much soft power, or is it national security?
I think it's a really good question. You know, I think the line between soft power and coercion and security are really intimately linked. And so I think there will be a lot of discussion today about security, even though our session is focusing on diplomacy and soft power. As countries are exporting these models, they're exporting their vision, and they're trying to get others to play by their values, to adhere to and to choose to buy in to these new models. And of course, there is a soft power element, but then there's also an element of dependency that creates. So I think it's very, very difficult to talk about, to cleanly divide between the soft power and then the sharper power.
So, Dr. Saeed, traditionally soft power came from culture, diplomacy, education. Today, countries are gaining soft power through digital ID systems, smart government services, and AI readiness. In your view, what does soft power look like in this new AI era, and how is it different from old definitions?
Great. So, first of all, I'm really very happy to be with this panel here today with the trends and this session about soft power through digital infrastructure. So let me say this. So we see today that statecraft we see a new form of statecraft based on tech diplomacy. We see also that a new redefinition of power in terms of the data, the compute, and the connectivity. Who governs the control? Who governs the data? Who controls the infrastructure? And who controls the connectivity, define the power. And we see also that new form of leadership actually is emerging that is based on, like we said, trust, shared governance, and ethical and responsible technological development. I think we see this change that now, with the tech diplomacy and with all the systems, and the technological, whether you're talking about digital infrastructure, you're talking about AI, has really a big play when it comes to, forming the soft power and how countries can capitalize on this infrastructure for the leverage. And, probably here in the UAE, I think it's a good example how we see this soft power emerge in terms of the collaboration, in terms of the governance. If you see probably our AI strategy, the 2031 AI strategy that looks more into fostering collaboration and international cooperation. We see also in terms of building, sovereign capabilities for the country. Not just only this, but also it's intrinsic in our leadership mindset that this technology should be equitable and should be, be available, to everyone. I think Talal has spoken about this in the first session, and we see why we're building, of course, definitely it's not just only an economic engine, but also it's a strategic engine for the country. And it's from the mindset of the leadership in the UAE is to have this infrastructure available, to the rest of the world. So, Talal has mentioned that this is going to cover a radius of about 3,000 to 4,000 kilometers around the MENA region. So this infrastructure is built not just only for the UAE, but for everyone, and we see countries probably who does not have the leverage of building this infrastructure can collaborate. So we see a lot of collaboration and we see a lot of partnerships that are going to come, and UAE is doing really very good when it comes to that. From the investment perspective, we invested with France in about 30 to 40 billion euro in building a data center in France. We invested with Italy through G42 in building another, data center in Italy. And of course, with the US when it comes to the Stargate, and also with China, and also with the West. You mentioned about, from the digital transformation, UAE is working with Singapore, is working with South Korea, and then leveraging, digital transformation as a soft power. And this is reflected if you see the benchmarks, the latest benchmarks, which were announced just a week ago during the annual government meeting. Today, UAE is number 9th globally as per the IMD as per the IMD index when it comes to global talent attraction. UAE today is 10th globally when it comes to foreign direct investment. So we see the return of this technological advancement that the country has developed when it comes to infrastructure and AI in terms of what we are looking to establish and what we are looking to make the UAE. You ask every individuals probably in this country but also abroad about their view about the UAE, and they will tell you that we want to come and live in this place. So UAE has really utilized the technological advancement as a good example for employing it in soft power to make international global influence, but also to collaborate in a good way to make this technology equitable to everyone.
So you spoke about like democratizing technology and having it open to people to use, especially that some countries do not have access to it. But the matter of the fact is some countries till now still hold it to themselves. We see the China-US situation, NVIDIA chips, banning export, etc., etc. So be it the UAE or other countries, how can they balance their position in a way, in a world that is filled with so much geopolitical tensions when it comes even to artificial intelligence and technologies related to it?
I think it depends on the mindset, really. It depends on the mindset. Again, I reflect, we're building this not just only for the UAE. The fact that UAE, and G42 has built an LLM for India, Nanda, is a good way of trying to bring this technology to everyone. So I think we need to look at more into a way of opening and collaborating with others rather than building. Yes, of course, we need to build the sovereign wealth with the sovereign power when it comes to AI, so we become dependent, not relying on any country or not relying on a particular company. That's why we have now LLMs open LLMs actually, that are as good as ChatGPT. Look at K2 Think. I mean, I do a lot of master classes, teaching, these tools to government and private sector staff. And when I use K2 Think, the latest reasoning model from Mohammed bin Zayed University and G42 is as good as ChatGPT. So I think, countries and the leaders of the countries need to come from this mindset of collaboration more than, building, control or yes, there is a race, and we see the race between the big powers, China, and the US. It does not have to be a race. I mean, yeah, we see in a race in a way that, yes, every country has a right to build its infrastructure, whether it's military infrastructure, whether it's digital infrastructure, but I hope that we meet together in a way of collaboration. I think this technology is different from other technologies that we developed in the past. Mm-hmm. Different because it brings, a kind of intelligence. It brings, a different playground when it comes, how to use this technology. So I hope that I was asked the other day at New York University when we have this AI summit, what was my advice to President Trump when it comes to, to the AI race. And what I say is that, we need really leaders to collaborate and to come together into a more of one shared governance, theme. That's what the UN is calling about. In terms of the dialogue that they are sitting, that's what most countries are aspire to achieve, is to have, to be united together to benefit from this technology.
Najla, building on Dr. Said's point, we saw the UAE with G42, we're seeing Saudi Arabia launching humane and massive data centers. How are these kinds of projects changing the way the Gulf is perceived globally? And what kind of soft power are they creating for this region?
I think it's interesting to see how these major Gulf investments are reshaping how the Gulf and really the wider MENA region is being perceived globally. For example, projects like G42's AI stack in the UAE and Humane in Saudi Arabia and massive data center expansions in Saudi Arabia show that the region is becoming a serious technology and AI player. We're not just adopting global technologies, we're building our own. And a big part of this credibility comes from the trust we build here at home. The Gulf has some of the highest adoption rates of digital government, digital ID, and smart services.
People use and trust these systems daily, which signals to the world that our digital infrastructure is secure, reliable, and well-governed. I've written actually an insight at Trends on AI and diplomacy last year, and one of the main points that I made was how trust in digital system becomes a new form of influence, and how AI is now not just a tech tool, but a diplomatic tool. And as I mentioned, AI is not replacing diplomacy, it's redefining it. I think this creates a very strong kind of soft power when MENA countries demonstrate that they can develop a sovereign cloud systems, advanced AI models, and trusted digital services. It naturally attracts global partners, as we've mentioned, like partnering with Microsoft and OpenAI in the UAE. So overall, these projects, in my opinion, and the trust surrounding them are positioning the MENA region as a place that's not just consuming technology, but actively shaping the digital future.
Thank you so much. Professor Sami, also building on Dr. Said's point, building the technology here at home. How does that happen?
Well, Dr. Said already gave some of the very good examples of homegrown AI models. At our university, together with G42, we have been developing over the last years, one must say, a number of models which pinnacled with K2 Think. And it's exactly as you say, Dr. Said, it's I think, a wonderful example of showing how capacity, capability, talent, and collaboration create such impactful results. As a scientist, I think we are trained to collaborate. We are trained to understand that building such massive endeavors requires collaboration, requires investments, of course, but in particular, it requires the talent. So you're asking, how does it happen? Everything starts with talent in technology and science. Because in the end, without the capabilities, the knowledge, the mentoring, but also the network of being able to tackle such complex problems, it is almost impossible to be able to climb the K2, right? We all know it has not been climbed yet, so this was kind of one of the beautiful analogies we took, because over years there was a build-up process that obviously, as with any, let's say, very impactful result, it's hard to see what happens behind the scenes, right? So there has been we're now coming into our 5-year anniversary, so what Eric Jing, the president of the university, with the leadership of the country, really has been pushing forward, is to place a bet also, to make sure that we don't try to be great in everything, but for the first few years to invest into the most promising technology before it was so en vogue, which is also showing the commitment in the country to place the bet on that particular technology, meaning AI. So that's the first step that has to happen. So a country that is ready to invest into the future, and not just by copying or following what the others are doing, not by competition, but by collaboration, because we're a small country, so we want to collaborate.
So sorry, on that point, how important is leadership wanting to advance a certain national strategy when it comes to developing these technologies? We know the UAE is very big on that, but when we look at the world, how important is it?
Well, I think it shows that some of the classical places where science has been extremely strong, such as Europe, AI has not had the same impact as it had in the US or in China, let alone in the UAE. So I think you can see that with the right determination, with the right strategy, with the right will of the leadership to take up that kind of challenge, build the entities, build the talent, build the technological, build the, let's say, the sandbox, you could say, to be able to build that technology, it was possible to leapfrog. And again, to really put emphasis on that, collaboration is prime. So just let me give you one example how that kind of plays out. People think that AI is all about, at least this seems to be a little bit the general perception of the public, that it's all about data centers. It's all about GPUs. Yes, that's 100% true. It's part of the game. But in the end, you don't have a GPU in your hand. You interface with an AI system that is per definition a software. And NVIDIA is one of many, and probably at the moment, obviously, one of the biggest supplier. But I think time will show that more and more suppliers will come on the stage. This is always how these things happen. So one of our main strategies, supported and also guided by the leadership, was to collaborate with some of the great places in the world. Let me give you an example. We, for example, showed that due to the fantastic French UAE leadership friendship, we have been building an outpost in Paris to collaborate locally with the experts there because they have great talent. We put a second outpost in the Silicon Valley. Why? Because we want to be a great collaboration partner to the US. We also are having an incredibly supported university collaboration program. So, for example, with MIT, we just 2 months ago signed a strategic collaboration where we will build together in flagship models for biomedical applications. So we're not just trying to connect, but we're trying to build together technology capacities that are not just based on where the GPUs are, where the talents are, but also where the data, where the problem are, and so that we can work together. So the problems that we're solving together with other universities such as MIT, École Polytechnique, and others that are currently in the making of our collaboration program are solving challenges that one of our places or one of our countries cannot solve alone. And I think this is hard for me to tell you, is this soft, is this sharp, hard power? It depends on how you use it in the end, right? But what I can say from my experience here is that we approach that as collaborators. We don't think that everything has to be locally here. We think that we need to be a strong collaboration partner to be taken serious so that we can work with MIT, Stanford, the Harvards, the ETH in the world on par, on equal terms. And I think this has been achieved in an incredibly short amount of time. And that's my stake on it. Is it important, was your question? Absolutely. In order to shape the future, you need to be able to build it. You don't need to have all the supply and value chain in-house, but you need to be able to collaborate, to have a network that gives you access to all the ingredients you need to build that future. And I think the UAE has done a tremendous job compared to all the classical places in the world, including the US, including China, and this is my last point, to solve it not only by industry, but by doing it by collaboration. So it brings me back to this collaboration narrative between a newly grown university, MBZUAI, and the AI champion of the country, G42, which I think also shows that it's not just happening at the large hyperscaler entities like in the US, where the universities are not part of that game. They actually kind of experienced the brain drain. So we did it here by true collaboration, by joining forces, and also concentrating on the things that we are really good at. So K2 Think, maybe as one last note, is not a general purpose chatbot. So we're not trying to compete with OpenAI, but we try to show that for scientific reasoning, for mathematical reasoning, we actually use it internally for our teaching. We do hackathons with that. So the intention was to provide a platform, fully open source, fully open data, so that everybody can have access to that. So to raise the accessibility to not only our students, but to the global ecosystem.
So before I move back to Will, I just have a quick follow-up.
Sure.
Regarding regulatory sandboxes, the UAE is very big on sandboxes, testing and trying. Does this give it a competitive advantage when testing all these technological innovations?
That's a great question, actually, because just yesterday, as if you were there, we had the first AI innovation day at MBZUAI about health. The Minister of Health was there from the UAE, but also DOH of Abu Dhabi, all the stakeholders from the local ecosystem, industry, startups, and so on and so forth. And health is one of the let's say, the domains where sandboxing is extremely important. It's about patient safety, security of data. It's about certifiability, trust. It's a lot about trust. And there it is, I think, incredibly important to create well-designed sandboxes in which you can really try out under safe, well-designed conditions, new technologies such that the best possible outcome can be generated, however, at the same time subject to higher standards for patient safety, for integrity and security of the data. So I feel that this is more than a competitive advantage. I think it is even, I would say, necessary to have sandboxes to be successful in AI.
Thank you. Well, going back onto your earlier point about ethics and transparency when it comes to building these AI systems, how important is it, especially that we see nations that still do not have proper technological advancements, no proper artificial intelligence? So if we go back to soft power and collaboration and sharing, how important is it that these systems are trustworthy, they're ethical?
I mean, it's incredibly important, and I'm so pleased that this theme has come up as a thread throughout the whole day. And maybe if I can rewind a bit to an experience I had of tech facilitating probably more trust and openness. I previously worked at the British Embassy in Beirut back in the early 2010s, and the ambassador at the time, Tom Fletcher, is now the UN aid chief. He's also been at NYU, Abu Dhabi here. But he really led a quite radical at the time, level of transparency as it related to diplomacy through tweeting. Now this sounds very obvious, but back then, I think people were really surprised that he would respond to people who were asking questions. He was very open, I think, about his sharing his opinions, and I think that built a level of trust that really enhanced the UK's position in Lebanon. I experienced this by even taking taxis to the embassy, and people would say, "Oh, do you know Tom Fletcher? Do you know the ambassador? Like he really cares." And I think that idea that you build this credibility and openness is really important, because as we've heard throughout the day, AI can be used for nefarious means in various ways. And so I think to facilitate the uptake of it, people need to believe that it can have a positive impact on their lives. And I think for that, they need to believe that these systems are built in a way that is safe, is secure, that protects them. And there are some quite interesting examples talking about experimenting. Although Europe, I agree, Europe is quite far behind in so many respects as it relates to AI. But there's a new initiative in Switzerland called Apertus. And this is a completely transparent new AI model. It has every part of the development has been released publicly. And the idea is that it's a foundation for others to build on it, to use it for their own purposes, for academics, for other research institutions. And it's a collaboration between a whole group of different academic centers and different institutes. That is very, very rare. It is very rare to have such a high level of openness as it relates to the data that is feeding, training these models. This is a small example. I don't think this is the norm, but I hope that we will see more radical forms of transparency and openness, because I think that is key to developing the trust that we're talking about.
This is when we look at collaborations, but if we want to look at the consumer side of things as well, sometimes people are fearful about their data. So I remember watching Sam Altman's interview or statement saying that if you tell ChatGPT you want to kill someone, they will probably inform the police about it. So wouldn't that scare consumers into feeling that their data is not protected?
Yeah, I mean, I think there are big concerns about that. We, even where I work at CSIS, we've had discussions about what kind of information are we feeding in to different AI models, and how are people using it? Are people feeding in budgetary information that is, should be something that's private for the organization? So I think there are big concerns about that. But ultimately, I think it's thinking through sort of how that information is used. When do the governance structures of these models kick in when there are mistakes? How open are they about the mistakes that have existed? And I think that is important. We talked earlier about some of the risks as it relates to ChatGPT being, instances in which it has encouraged people to take their own lives. I think it's really important that people are very open, and the companies are really open about this and show what they're doing to respond to it. And then I think it will help sort of facilitate wider uptake.
Dr. Said, when governments choose where to host their cloud, who provides their compute, or which digital systems they rely on, they're making strategic decisions, not just technical ones. Yes. So what should governments think about when deciding who controls their digital infrastructure?
I think this is really very important questions. I think this at the end depends, on the data that the government holds, and where they want to host it. Preferably that they build this capability internally. And if they don't, they go to maybe other governments. And I think, this is what's the main objective of the Stargate, project, is just to have this, sovereign infrastructure, not just only for UAE, but also for countries around the UAE. So building the infrastructure, the technological infrastructure, I think is really very crucial. And I can reflect on the UAE, how do we did this, is we started building, this one step at a time. We started from the beginning of 2000, when the e-government were announced. I was a consultant at that time, an advisor with the Department of Tourism and Commerce Marketing in Dubai. We built the classification system. Then, we started building the identity system, and I was the founder of the UAE Smart-Based ID Card project. So we started rolling people. We started giving ID cards, Smart-Based ID card, but then we built also the digital infrastructure, which, runs now the UAE Pass, that, you have a one secure, single sign-on platform that you can sign to any government. So having these layers, one layer, at a time, building the full stack, I think is important. For countries who have the means and who have the investment to do that, I think this is the natural way of doing it, because you don't want to rely on a company X or a company Y to provide this, especially when it comes to sensitive, secure data. And I'm always, making people aware that when you're gonna use these tools, whether it's ChatGPT or any other tool, just think first before, entering something. What do you really, how you're really interacting with it? To answer the question, I think countries need to look into how to build this internally to empower themselves to be independent. If they don't have the capability and the means, to do it, to seek collaboration with other countries. And this is how UAE is opening doors, actually. I've been engaged with the Government Experience Exchange Program under the Prime Minister Office here in Dubai, where they are offering much of and learning lessons from the UAE, but not only that, but also, sharing, kind of infrastructure with governments who are just emerging and they don't have the capabilities to develop this. From Senegal in Africa, all the way to Maldives, to Mauritius, you name it. I think this is when it comes to the essence of really, government collaborations and the leadership mindset. I don't want to, say that, leaders need to of course raise, but also to collaborate more and to be, united when it comes to sharing infrastructure with other governments who might not be able to leverage on this infrastructure.
And just to add on your point about the role the UAE is playing when it comes to artificial intelligence. So we saw even the collaborations with OpenAI, with Microsoft, and more importantly, when Trump visited the region, the main topic of discussion with the UAE counterpart, if we watched the news, we saw it was about artificial intelligence and artificial intelligence campuses. So it was very highlighted when Trump came here to the UAE.
Definitely, that's true.
Professor Sami, I wanted to ask you, basically, countries with their own computing systems, research labs, and advanced robotic centers are obviously less dependent on others. So from a technical point of view, why is it so important? We spoke about building your own capabilities at home, but what does it mean to rely less on foreign partners? And what does it mean for countries who do not have the capabilities, who will fall behind ultimately? Is it down to collaboration, soft power, or do they need to catch up?
Okay, that's a very complex, I think, question to answer in a few words. But I think one of the major responsibilities that we also have as now a player in the field with the technology, the capabilities, the brains, but in particular also with this vast investments into infrastructure that give the ability to actually execute and to develop real products, real, let's say, services, AI services as products, is to also share. We heard about Nanda, one of the large language models we developed together with G42. We actually created a numbers of more models for other regions, especially for languages where the data is not as vast as English, for example. I mean, we have been developing also JACE, one of the most, or if not the most used large language model in Arabic. And why am I giving that example? Because one of the missions the university has, but I think the entire region, or especially the UAE, with its importance in the region, is to also help others to be part of that ecosystem. You don't have to be always in the entire value chain, but one important role we can play is, for example, to collaborate with countries in Africa, with India, with regions, for example, in Indonesia, how to use AI, because they have a lot of the data, we might have the technology and the knowledge, and we can collaborate to then also transfer information, transfer knowledge, and maybe even have an exchange in students, in researchers and so on, to upskill also other regions.
But sorry, how are these decisions made?
With whom or
how? What's the strategic framework that chooses who to collaborate on? Which basis to collaborate? What do we get in return per se? Or
okay. Yeah, that's an even more harder question to answer than the one I tried to answer before, because obviously we are hosting vast amount of delegations, of interests from high level to lower level. I think we need to prioritize. Is my main point. I think prioritization has to happen based on impact, potential impact, potential in various dimensions. Both, right? Both partners need to win-win. So one of the for a university important aspects is talent pools. So we want to tap into a talent pool of global networks. So we, for example, work closely with universities in South America, in the MENA region, of course, without a doubt, but also with Eastern Europe. We have many students from Far East Asia. So we try to also attract the best people. We have just recently launched a Bachelor of AI, for example, and we have almost 50 nationalities coming in. So students from all over the world, many of them being mathematic Olympians, great in their skills. And we create a lot of talent that several of them will be staying in the country. They will find, the UAE dream, you could say, right? So they will create something here. Many of them want to build a startup. They want to create locally their life. Several of them will go back, and they will create an AI ecosystem in the other countries that we see collaborating with us. So that's really on the talent level. If we go for real projects, then it's pretty straightforward, I would say. We did one, let me give you an example. So something that was supported by the Gates Foundation was a project about malaria no more. So how can we use AI for malaria prediction in heavy rain or heavy weather conditions? So it's very clear that we have a narrative we call AI for good. So many of our collaboration projects with these regions are centered around how to use AI for the benefit of mankind. Mm-hmm. So that's, I think, a very important narrative and proven track record of the university. And this is not just coming from the university, but obviously from the leadership to make sure that the topics we are pursuing, the collaborations we are engaging into, benefit not only locally, but globally. I think also showing that AI can be used for so many problems that we generally have, from climate to health, to the accessibility of knowledge. Large language models, just to give you a very scientific interpretation, what I see there is basically the accessibility to information and knowledge, right? But if I don't speak that language, I don't have access to all that information. So creating that is, I think, a value by itself that is already, leveling up the importance, the innovation culture, the awareness of the world, what is being created in the UAE. And I think this is a lot to gain from that perspective. I feel that the more the world knows the magnificent developments that are happening here locally, and the more we help others to also benefit from that, I think it's pretty obvious that this is an extreme benefit that we get in return to show not only what to do with this technology, also learn how to maybe not develop it, but adopt and use it. Because I think it's not only about developing AI, but also using it, because that's the one who wins the most, right? And I think this is a process that still has to be continued and widened. But if it comes to science, then maybe that's the third part I wanted to mention. It's really about excellence. So our measure of collaboration is we want to collaborate with the best places in the world on a strategic level, so that it is clear that the UAE is really on par with many of the best places in the world. But we equally collaborate with other universities who cannot yet be part of that, to help them to grow and to help them to also be part of this ecosystem. So accessibility, again, as a narrative before. And maybe the last thing I want to just mention, collaboration with industry. So we try, one of our mandates is also to help local industry. G42 is obviously an AI company, but if there's many users of AI who can have unique data, for example, that is of strategic importance to the country, and we can help how to access that data, how to use it for better services, for better think about we just signed MOUs with the disaster management entities to help use the accessible data, the digital twins, for better prediction in extreme conditions, in accidents, and so on and so forth. So this is kind of the spectrum in which we operate. So the answer is unfortunately very complex, very diverse, but everything is impact-based and maximization of utility, I would say.
Thank you, Najla. So we spoke a lot about the role of the UAE in its AI and cloud capabilities. So how can digital infrastructure strengthen diplomacy and regional cooperation?
Well, I agree with Dr. Said and Mr. Sami about the points they've made about digital infrastructure. I think we can see digital infrastructure as becoming a new engine of diplomacy. When countries invest together in data centers, cloud systems, or cross-border digital corridors, they're not only upgrading technology, they're creating shared interests and long-term trust. It allows governments to exchange data securely, align digital regulations, cooperate on AI, and respond jointly to cyber risks. These shared systems create new channels for dialogue that go beyond traditional politics. So again, digital infrastructure becomes a form of soft power. It connects economies, strengthens regional resilience, and builds a more unified, innovation-driven region. It's diplomacy through technology with real economic and human impact, I would say.
Thank you so much. So we're almost out of time. So for my last question, I want to ask Will and Dr. Said. Will, I'll start with you. It's the same question. So we know OpenAI started as a nonprofit, and there has been some drama on Twitter between Elon Musk and Sam Altman about it not being a nonprofit anymore. So when we look at the world of artificial intelligence, what it is today and what should it be? Should the focus be on soft power, politics, potential revenue streams? So where should AI be classified as? How should it be ideally used, and how is it actually being used today? Well, I'll start with you.
Goodness, that's a big question. So I think I would go back to the idea of international collaboration on AI, because I think we've talked about various bilateral forms of this, but we've not talked about very much multilateral diplomacy as it comes to AI, in part because it's so difficult, right? The different parts of the UN, the OECD, the G7 are trying to establish a framework for it. But I don't think that has got very far. And I think there are huge differences in terms of how people view the future of AI. Is it a source of potential domination? Is it a source of spreading values through models that are built to advance those values? Is it being used to advance digital authoritarianism? The military uses of it, as we've heard earlier, using targeting in Gaza, for example. So I think there is no consensus whatsoever on what AI is going to be used for. And I think something that is just sort of keeps striking me is just how fast this is moving. Again, we heard that from Alexis earlier. This is moving so quickly that I don't think governments or I don't think international diplomacy is keeping up with it at all. And there are huge risks with that.
So more should be done on the diplomacy side.
I would like to see more on that, just to try to come to a better understanding. And I think that's probably not going to be led by the US, and it's not going to be led by China.
But how? Through regulations, diplomacy, collaboration?
Yeah, I think all of those things. But I think there is this opportunity for middle powers to come together in new ways, to try to forge new shared understandings of what it looks like that can compete with some of those more coercive models. Again, I don't think we're really seeing this yet, but I think there is potential there. I think Europe could play a role. I think the Gulf could play a role. But I think that is really where the impetus of where I would like to see it going forward.
Dr. Said.
Okay, so we look into AI as a general purpose technology, and like what Talal has said in the morning. So this should be available to everyone. Now we see frontier models that are going to continue, and of course, those frontier models will be in the capability of the big tech, to develop those frontier models because of the need for the compute and the need for the data and the infrastructure to train. But we're seeing also, small language models are going to become, more and more widely available, especially when it comes to cultural nuances, to particular situations where we need to develop, like, for example, Dr. Sami has said, to think a reasoning model specific for math and for logic and all that. So we will see, these technologies becoming more and more, whether we're talking about frontier models such as ChatGPT, Claude from Anthropic or Gemini, that will be utilized by many people because these are good at giving, they've been trained on the ingesting all the information on the internet, and they can give answers, from this. But we will see specialized language models whether for particular use within the government, for a particular verticals. We will see this coming. This will be coming developed and in the future. Definitely, the issue here is about diplomacy can play a big role into this. When it comes to making these tools available across the globe. I think this is important based on collaboration, but also regulation is important. I mean, the concept with the big tech, especially the Silicon Valley, is like we want to move fast and we want to break things. I don't think that we need to allow this, especially this, and this is why we see that the government intervention here when it comes to regulation is really important. The thing that I hear all the time that regulation is going to stifle innovation. I don't think so. This is what the big tech wants us to believe. Mm-hmm. I think we have regulated the aviation industry, we have regulated financial industry. So why not AI? But how to regulate?
Mm-hmm. How do you balance exactly?
Yes, how we balance, fostering innovation and the right, regulation. I think this is when it comes. I think the most important thing is to put accountability in place. When something goes wrong, we need to understand who's accountable for it. There was a question I think this morning came from the audience. I think somebody has asked, she has asked this question. So we need to put accountability in place to make sure that if something goes wrong, and a good example of this is take, for example, the autonomous cars, right? The self-driving car. Tomorrow we will have a self-driving car level 4 without a steering wheel. Mm-hmm. So now, how the algorithm is designed, to sacrifice the pedestrian or to save the passenger. Okay, this is a good example that we need to have an accountability in place. So, and take the examples of those kids who committed suicide because they went to ask ChatGPT, and ChatGPT, helped them, to commit a suicide. Who's responsible for it? Without regulation, without regulation, we're gonna see more and more of worst, incidents coming in the future. So we need to have a right balanced. We have the European Union as a good example, who came up with a blanket regulation that took them a while to come up with that regulation, almost 3 years debating, until that regulation come. But also we see in the UK approach, they call it a pro-innovation approach, where you have a sector-specific regulation. So the financial industry regulates itself, maybe the healthcare industry regulates itself, and so forth. So we see examples, and we are entering into this revolution, and we just try to learn as this revolution is developed. Okay, one thing I really focus on is how really to empower the regulators and the legal, people to be more agile and flexible when it comes to regulations through, sandboxing. Dr. Sami talked about the sandbox here in the UAE. This was in the UAE government in 2019, they announced the regulation sandbox, okay, through the regulation laboratory. This is what made self-driving cars today working in Yas Mall, in Yas area, in Yas and Saadiyat. This what makes the flying taxi is going to be operating in Abu Dhabi and in Dubai soon. We see testing this. So we need to have a kind of an agile way of doing regulation, but also we need to have at least a policy and a regulation that enforce and make big tech accountable when something goes wrong. This is my view about it.
Thank you so much. I want to open the floor for questions for the last 5 to 10 minutes. If you could please raise your hand, say your name and who the question is addressed to.
Dr. Said, this one's for you, if I may. A key pillar of Emirati diplomacy and more largely strategic policy for the last preceding years has been norm leadership, or the endeavour to take norm leadership on various issues of global importance, climate, energy transition being one obvious one. In the context of many forums having talked about how the UAE is trying to establish itself as the third hub globally of AI.
Right.
If we tie those two things together, the non-leadership and that endeavour to be that third hub, do you see an opportunity for the Emirates, obviously in its own interest, but in everyone else's as well, to try and bridge the gap between the other two hubs, China and the US, in terms of filling the void that they may not be taking between themselves, or an interest perhaps in establishing that sort of norm development and therefore from that governance development to ensure a more sustainable and largely successful AI world for all involved?
Yes.
How more broadly perhaps are you thinking, or is your understanding of how the Emirates is thinking about its future and its strategy towards norm development on a global scale regarding AI?
That's a good question. Thank you for asking this. I think UAE is trying to be a digital convener when it comes to this, bridging the East and the West together. Yes, we see two predominant, let's say, countries who are at the forefront of this, the US and China, and the UAE is in the middle. So, for example, when it comes to for example, building, some of the things that, yes, we're going with the US because we know what strength the US has when it comes to the data centers, when it comes to infrastructure, but also we understand what China's strength, is when it comes, for example, to power, to energy. The talk today that I can take from this day is that everyone was talking about energy. Okay, the US is struggling with the energy. They have the chips, but they don't have the power to feed into those data centers. China has immense amount of energy, okay? And where it comes now to really to benefit, and this is not me. I'm saying this. This is a group from the U.S. expert who went to China and saw how China developed in terms of energy. That they have a surplus of energy that exceeds their use when it comes to the whether it's AI or whether it's the use of energy. So where collaboration can come, and I see this is where I think UAE can play a big role. I think we have a wise leadership. It's always trying to strike a balance and going for our interest with the US as well with the East and with the West. Regardless, I mean, US is one, of course, dominant country, but also, globally, how we can strike a balance and I think, our leadership in terms of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed, the president, and His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid, the vice president, is always trying to balance this relationship with the East and the West and to take, the good of both. So we can be a digital convener when it comes, to bridging the gap that and the void that exists right now. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Hal Haj Talib, Oxford MST in Diplomatic Studies and a former colleague of Paula as well. My question is actually, it builds on the previous question about how could the UAE leverage its unique position to facilitate agreements between the USA and China on more of a multilateral, let's say, governance framework on advanced AI systems, considering, let's say, national securities, of course, and commercial interests in this matter.
Is your question to Dr. Saeed as well?
Yes, or it's open also to
Great, I hope I can answer the question. Okay, right. So again, I mean, lately, I mean, maybe I'm a good example of bridging this this gap between the US. Lately, I got my chair professorship from Harbin Institute of Technology, one of the C9 leading Chinese university, in China. Very well-known university in space. Maybe they started the space technology a long time ago, along with the US, and when it comes to the space race. And I see that, we see a lot of, things happening at the moment where the focus of the UAE is really to, foster this relationship with China and really to look into things that we can benefit from both worlds, from the US and from China. And I hope that with the continuation of the relationship, so we signed many, what you call it, strategic, CEPA agreement, strategic economic partnership agreement with China, with countries in the West, and hopefully that these agreements and this collaboration between these countries will position the UAE really to fill the gap. We have a very good platforms that we have established, for example, such as the World Government Summit, which happens annually and brings leaders from the world to come together to the UAE and to discuss challenging facing the world, facing governments, whether you're talking about climate change, whether you're talking about AI. There is an AI governance forum every year, policymakers and governments, for all of the governments from around the world, they come to this World Government Summit. We have the World Economic Forum, Global Future Councils that also convene annually in Dubai. We created the platforms actually, and we positioned ourselves. And this is this is really the mindset of our leaders, that we can fill this gap. We can position, and we played. I think one of the successes that we have really made is during COP28. Well, the world was really, on different views through COP27. We came to the COP28 and we managed, at least to unite, the governments around the ambitions and around the target, for the climate change. So hopefully we can do this, on the AI side. I see that our policy position on AI, which was just launched actually at the end of 2024, really tackles the role of the UAE that wants to play globally when it comes to AI governance and bringing everyone together. So hopefully we can play this role, inshallah.
Any other questions?
Hi. I'm Sheikh Faisal here from Malaysia, and my question is to Mr. Sami Haddadin. This is more to a talent development context, the question. While developing young talents towards the AI preparation for the future workforce, but in today's business environment, majority of them are already in the workforce. So what are the best strategies or initiatives UAE is looking into to reskill and upskill this existing workforce?
That's a great question, because I think the UAE is actually investing significantly into not only the young talent, so for, let's say, the new students, the international students, but also into existing workforce and upskilling existing workforce. So I'll just give you an example that is, I think, the best one that I can give from our universities, especially for the leadership of the country and for executives. So we developed an executive program a few years ago that was highly successful in bringing various leaders of the country to the university and really spending time to I think interact and learn from various minds in the world, not only the local professors we have at MBCUI, but also bringing in external expertise from the US, from Europe, and so on and so forth, to basically really work also our way into the decision-making, let's say, level of the country, so that there is a preparation for understanding how AI impacts the world, how to use the tools, how to govern them, how to leverage, how to position the country, and to do the right investments and decisions. And the executive program was now further developed into an entire academy that is now opening up to more and more of these layers of let's say, future experts. So that's a very, very successful, I think, program that really was, I think, crucial also for the university to see the needs, the local needs, and to respond to them properly. What we're also doing at the moment is really to not only be an AI university. We started as an AI first or AI only university, but since the beginning of the year, with the visit of Sheikh Mohammed, it was kind of given us the task to develop a fully fledged comprehensive university. So we are now developing a university not only around computation, but also about all the other fields centered or powered by AI. So we try to build a place where all other disciplines benefit from AI and can understand how to use them. And from natural sciences, business schools, to social sciences, engineering, and so on and so forth. So that's kind of the broadening in the early stages. And then what I think we can see in the country is also that there is a lot of, let's say, upskilling need in concrete technical or classical fields. So this is something where I feel that it's really important to broaden the general education system so that you can have lifelong learning experiences, for example. And these are also courses we are kind of developing. So, I mean, we are still young, but I think at the high pace we're taking at the moment, we try to be a role model that then can be translated into other entities as well. So I feel that this lifelong learning, not only from the technology perspective, but in combination with domain experts also coming in, so that it's clear how to use the technology also. I said this earlier in one of my answers, that I feel it's not only about developing AI, but how to benefit and use it in your business process, in your particular domain, and that's something that we continuously do and have offerings on that. And that's, I think, true for many of the education system or the education entities across the country, which you see globally, I think, as a big trend. Is it enough already? I think it's just the beginning, to be frank. And it has to start with, I think, with the school, actually. So the upskilling also of teachers is, for example, an important aspect, that we can also have offerings for the teachers of our kids. That would be another aspect that I feel is really important. I hope this roughly answers your question.
Maybe I can highlight more of these programs actually. These programs happening on different levels. Happening on the federal level through the AI office. There is a lot of upskilling and for the government workforce, as well as on the local levels of Abu Dhabi and Dubai. So we see a lot of Abu Dhabi has announced that they are going to upskill around 100,000 government workforce with Microsoft. Dubai, Sheikh Hamdan has announced the 1 million promoter. The 1 million promoter initiative is that they want to make 1 million, understand how to use, AI and, these tools through the promoting initiative. The federal government is having, programs with the tech companies, with IBM and many of the tech companies as well, to do, summer camps and winter camps for school students. Again, when it comes to the government has also made it mandatory that now schools start teaching AI, at least from grade 4. So this is happening from the early childhood, probably, from beginning or elementary school all the way to the workforce development. There is a lot of things happening when it comes to, upskilling and reskilling for the workforce in the government.
So just on that, I remember seeing a white paper saying that the UAE has one of the highest AI literacies in the entire world. With that, I need to wrap up my session. Thank you so much for being with us today, and thank you for being a part of this lovely discussion. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, really. شكرا.
Thank you to our speakers and moderator for closing our discussion with such an inspiring and forward-looking dialogue. At the conclusion of Trend's second annual dialogue titled Tech Diplomacy in the MENA region, and following 4 sessions of fruitful discussions and exchanges among a distinguished group of experts and specialists, the participants reached the following recommendations. Number 1, emphasizing the importance of strengthening the partnership between the US and MENA region, especially the UAE, in the field of tech diplomacy for ethical, responsible, and sustainable AI. 2, establishing a sustainable international framework or alliance to promote cooperation among nations in managing the risks and opportunities of emerging technologies. This framework would aim to strengthen trust in the digital sphere, close the technological divide between countries, and enhance global cybersecurity. 3, adopting a comprehensive approach to cybersecurity and AI governance built around 5 key pillars: governance, technology, protection, innovation, and partnership, to ensure coherent, adaptive, and future-ready digital security. 4, forming joint task forces between national security agencies, digital ministries, and private partners to co-design resilient standards and operational playbooks for critical infrastructure. This could include the creation of secure digital embassies in virtual environments to maintain diplomatic continuity and crisis preparedness in the digital age. 5, international and regional organizations should convene a standing multilateral forum to harmonize ethical AI principles, promote algorithmic transparency, and integrate participation from developing economies through an annual global summit on AI governance and ethics. 6, governments, energy agencies, and private investors must link the AI energy nexus to sustainable development by incentivizing renewable power data centers, green computing practices, and circular energy systems that align sustainability goals with digital expansion. 7, regional cooperation bodies should invest in multilateral AI integration hubs like Stargate that expand access to computing capacity, technical training, and regulatory alignment, enabling smaller and developing economies to participate more equitably in global innovation networks while reducing dependency on dominant technology blocks. 8, policymakers and AI regulators should institutionalize confidence-building measures through regular dialogues among major and middle powers, sharing best practices on model safety, data security, and supply chain transparency. A joint AI security and transparency reporting mechanism should strengthen accountability and reduce the escalation of and reduce risks of escalation or misuse. 9, policymakers should promote deeper collaboration across governments, private sectors, and citizens, what can be called the 4 Ps: public, private, people, partnership, to ensure that innovation remains human-centered, ethical, and inclusive. 10, educational institutions, civil society, and technology companies should expand digital literacy programs, cyber awareness campaigns, and local language AI model development to enhance inclusion, strengthen skills, and ensure that technological progress benefits all communities. 11, regulators, research institutions, and startups should encourage responsible innovation by developing policy sandboxes, safe, controlled environments that allow emerging technologies to be tested, refined, and scaled responsibly while maintaining public trust. 12. Policymakers should establish an intelligence infrastructure framework, an international initiative to ensure equitable, secure, and sustainable access to AI and compute resources across borders, linking data centers, connectivity, and governance standards under a cooperative model that prevents a new digital divide and promotes inclusive technological progress. 13. Academic institutions and hyperscalers should establish a global innovation alliance for AI, a multilateral framework linking university, research institutes, and technology firms to share data, talent, and research outcomes, promote multilingual and ethical AI development, and bridge the gap between scientific discovery and real-world application. And finally, 14, governments, think tanks, and international partners should invest in long-term foresight, ethics, and education initiatives to cultivate a globally diverse leadership pipeline and ensure that AI and digital transformation contribute to a secure, equitable, and sustainable future for all. Thank you. Now, we would like to invite Dr. Mohammed El-Ali to the stage for closing remarks. Thank you.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. سامحوني أنا بتكلم باللغة العربية. بختام هذا المؤتمر أبغي أشكر بداية فريق عمل ترندز للبحوث والاستشارات على جهودهم وعلى طبعا ولله الحمد مؤتمر ترندز اليوم مفخرة للجميع هذا الحوار اللي صار اليوم. وعلى فكرة يا إخواني هذا كله بأيادي طبعا ترندزية نحن نقول في ترندز كله في عملنا هوم وورك. فنشكركم جميعا على وجودكم اليوم معنا واسمحوا لي أن أتقدم بالشكر الجزيل لإدارة وقطاع ترندز جلوبال على جهودهم في تنظيم هذا المؤتمر. وأيضا نشكر فريق البحث العلمي على جهودهم البحثية. وأخيرا نشكر طبعا قطاع الإعلام والتسويق على يعني جهودهم الأخرى في دعم هذا المؤتمر من خلال التسويق المباشر للمؤتمر. اليوم الحضور أفاق 200 شخص مع العلم أنه مؤتمر متخصص جدا ولكن هذه مفخرة الواحد يفتخر فيها. اسمحوا لي في نهاية هذا اليوم أن أدعو خريجات ترندز للبحوث والاستشارات. طبعا عندي مجموعة من الخريجات اليوم أمس كان تخريجهم فاسمحوا لنا أن نكرمهم أمامكم اليوم بترندز للبحوث والاستشارات. أولهم الMC كانت لطيفة الجنيبي good job لطيفة. وأيضا عندنا بنتنا الشيخة النعيمي ونبارك لكل الخريجين اللي تخرجوا طبعا من ترندز طبعا سواء كان في السربون ولا كانوا في كليات التقنية العليا وأيضا في جامعات أخرى. تفضلي لطيفة لو سمحتي.